Oh shit, I did buy the fucking place already. No fucking way. Dude, I didn't think I bought this bitch already. Oh my gosh. So good. Okay, okay, okay. That changes everything. A Lego. Thought I had to wait till tomorrow to build that bitch. We going in. Oh, we are so going in. Alright. What's up, homie? You want to buy 2 of these? That's what I meant to give you. Oh yeah, you can't afford. Right, what about this dude? He's got more money than you. Got like 3. Boom. You know, man, fuck you too, bitch. Fuck, bitch. I've been refused 5 times in a row. Well, I guess she bought some, but that was just one little bottle out of like 12 that I could have been selling. Let me hit the hotel, bitches. Wait, let me get my money first. Yo, Benji, what's up? Thanks, bud. I need to trade some items. Here, nope, some more of that. Yo, Peter, what's happening? Peter Parker. Can afford 2. Yeah. Well, Jesse can afford, I think, 3. Beth is pretty broke. Yeah, Beth's always broke. Bitch. No, man, what the fuck? Dude, you are so broke. Oh my god. Oh god, he has 399. Nope. Wait. There it was. He's got $401. Alright. Means you can buy 2. Ha! He cut his ass on discount and bitch is like, nah, fuck you. I want to kill him. Let's see. Jesse, you want 3 of these? You want 4 of these? You can afford 4? Damn, bitch, thank you. Thank you. Done saved my life. This dumb bitch right here. 343. I saw it. Alright, we're gonna create a chemistry lab up in this bitch. I know I need 3 of these fuckers. I need 1 of these fuckers. I need 2 of those fuckers. 2 of them fuckers. Oh shit, wait a second. Let's see. So, let's see. Mixing station. Yeah, mixing station. Got a rack. Need an oven. Shit. Okay. There. That's how you're gonna do that. So that's 1, 2. I mean, that can go back 1, really. I need a packing station. Hmm. It should work. Oh, wait, that can work. Okay. No, wait, it's one. Fuck. Ugh. No, bitch. That'll work. Alright, so. Yeah. Storage for finished product. Ingredient, ingredient, ingredient. Oh, I need. I think I need more ingredient space. Let's see. Fuck. 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 You can't have that many employees at the bungalow, can you? That's what I thought. How do you delete? Drag and drop. Um. 5. Okay, so I got 5 employees. So I might be able to do 2 sets of chemists and 2 handlers. Chemistry station. I need mixing. No, mixing stations are here. Duh. Mixing station. Mixing station. Oops. Okay, so wait. All right, so this mixing stations. Yeah. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. So that'll go with chemistry stations. Only what it. Oh, actually, you know what? What? Chemistry stations are bigger? Mixing stations? Shit, I didn't know that. All right, so if you come out of the lab oven, they'll go to a specific, they'll go to the mixing stations. Boom, boom, boom. So they don't need. Fuck, then we need one more. Yeah, because that's one, that's two. Okay, so I can have another mixing station. Alright, so that's still three. Let's see. Ingredients for that. 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 Let's put that. And I need jars. And I need ingredients. Wait. I don't technically need a fourth one, but it doesn't hurt. The lab ovens. Oh, you know what? Alright, transmission lab oven. Lab oven. Station, lab oven, lab oven. Station. Lab oven. Right. Okay. Actually, lab oven should be on this side. There. So I'll need, got the fin, acid, phosphorus. That'll go there. And then lab ovens, take the meth there, there, there. So that's 1, 2, 3. I don't know how many I need. Fuck. At least 5. I need 2 handlers and 3 chemists. No matter what, that's like the bare fucking minimum. So I need 2 lab ovens. Okay, so 3 mixing stations. No, I need 1 more mixing station. 2 more chemistries. 2 more lab ovens. Whew, that's getting expensive. 1 packing station. Let's do it. I need mixing stations here. And then packing station goes here. here. Okay. And, oh, this motherfucker. What do you want, Jerry, bro? Out of here. I need. Alright, so I need. Oh, shit. Next the corner, up against the wall, and then forward 1. 2. There. And then 2. There. There. Ovens. So we got this oven. Alright, and then we got this oven. That one. Yeah. Okay. That should be the lab. Good. I don't think. Hold on a second. That's not. It's only 5. Oh, that's still right. Okay, okay. No, if there's 5. Okay, so the rack's only 1. All right, cool. So got this. Got that. Shit, was that all I needed? That looks like it. Shit. What am I doing? Okay. About to switch over to nothing but meth. Alright, so 40. 40. Okay. That's fine. Over $20,000 on my meth lab, bro. Alright, let's see. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. There we go. Weird. Oh, I could buy the good shit. Okay, how much can she give me? Oh, she can't do 800? Okay. She do 8 though. 4 hours. Okay, cool. I'm about to level up my meth game. And then Mm. There it is. Energizing, athletic, and anti-gravity. Plenty of formula. Need. Let's do 40 because I got 40 minutes. No. 20. Kook, motor oil, and kook. Kook, motor oil. So it's got to go farm, kook, motor oil, kook. Farm, kook, motor oil, kook. And then destination. 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 And then destination. Destination. Lab oven. Destination. Lab oven. Liquid meth. Okay, so in my lab oven. Yeah. I guess. Just at the bed right now. Hustler 3, baby. Can buy a fucking pistol now. Aw, shit. Then I messed around. Making some dark crack up in here. Look at the hardware store. Got about a bunch of fucking racks. Oh, wait. Let me package this. Package it. Oh, sure. Let's just pack it in that. Didn't get no new areas, right? No. Next time I hit Benji up, he can have these. Here, just take that. I like dealing with it. Alright, so he's gonna need definitely 40 jars, maybe fit 60. Wait, no. 60. I'm gonna need 10 large racks. I need 5 walkers. Probably gonna need a bed too, because in case I want to sleep in the bitch. And then baggies. Well, we're gonna need 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not like that one. Definitely some Breaking Benjamin type shit. I'm Breaking Benjamin, Breaking Bad. I'm retarded. Alright. Cool. I gotta need one more rack put down. Yeah. We're gonna go. Go right there. So yeah, that's good. Alright. So that's gonna be that'll be the completed product. And this will be the jars. So I'm gonna do baggies first. And that can be the completed shit. Bum bum. That'll go here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Ugh. Don't tell my heart, my achy breaky heart. I just don't think you'll understand. And if you tell my heart, my achy breaky heart, it might blow up and kill this man. Woo! Woo! Give her all the money. Got shit to worry about, bro. Alright, let's see. Hey, bitch. Nah. Ain't doing that bullshit. Oh, hell no. There's two of you? Fuck that. You gonna crash, bitch. No. No. Bad honking police. Did I get it? Hell yeah. Broken ass cop car now, bitch. Yeah, I got distracted. I thought you were gonna flip back over, bitch. You lied to yourself. how much is this? Post office is 10? Yeah, post office is 10. I do want the post office. Which first? I want 10 of these. 10 of these. I want 10 of these. That should be good. What you got? Storage unit? Post office? Post office yet. 11,000 now. No, I want more of those lights. I want 10 of these too. I want 2 of these. Your text here. I'm actually gonna put like meth lab and hang it up on my house. These shelves you can hang on the walls. Oh my god, you fucking retard, just still there, bro. I have to. I'll flip you back over. Ugh, come on. Fucking lazy assholes. Bitch, you better flip the fuck back over. Oh, look at that. Shit. Hacks. You can get hacks. Nobody likes you guys anyways. It's okay. Can I punch their car? I wonder if it works with cars too. Oh, it's anybody in a car. Oh shit. Okay, okay, wait. I'm gonna flip his shit too. Yeah, there you go. There's another one. I don't know what the hell this is, but it's crazy. Wait, wait, wait. Damn, this car don't want to flip. Maybe I gotta go to the trunk. Ah! I want to flip. That makes me heavier. Almost. Almost. Who's in these cars? Almost there. Mella? They said they're still working on it, so I was like, okay, and then I finalized my order. I had therapy, so I was just like, all right, cool, I'll leave at that point. I can end up calling them. I can call them again from here. I got their phone number on my phone, so that's not a big deal. And then I'll see if they had any updates. No, it's not. Well, it's almost 5. Never mind. I was going to say it's not 5 yet. They should be open. So tomorrow I'll call again and see if they got any updates, because she said she's forwarding it to, they're escalating it. I guess nobody wanted to take responsibility at transportation. Okay, that'll be tomorrow. I'll get everybody's name and times that I called, because I can just ask them. So they don't usually give me any hard times about that stuff. Okay. Okay, just to double see if there's anything else. Well, I mean, there could be. Yeah. Oh, I bet. Yeah, and I saw that. Like, because they were putting them into the wrong thing, plus the 2 double billings that screwed up. But they wouldn't have been put in as a double billing if they were checked in. So, that's where... No, if not at all. That's kind of crappy. I mean, it is what it is, but it's kind of crappy. Yeah. Correct. I 100% agree. I know I'm part of the issue there. I mean, I can't, but I never taught anybody to check them in like that. I never taught anybody to not check them in. Well, he's pretty smart, but he's kind of annoying in some of the stuff he does, because he'll just do shit. So if he doesn't know an answer and he doesn't want to ask anybody because he doesn't want to look stupid, he'll just do shit. So that's kind of the irritating part. It's like, bro, can you please stop fucking shit up like that? What happened? What? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Hmm. I see. Okay. Gotcha. Well, is Preston getting TJ? Preston said, "How's this TJ person?" I'm like, I don't know what you mean. I guess, did he cover the store or something? Oh, okay, that must have been it. I'm like, what the fuck's happening? Because I know Preston. Did Preston tell you about his stuff? Okay, I didn't know if he opened up or not. He does that, yep. Yeah, I mean, literally, if he would have just called you and been like, dude, I ain't, like, I'm just not mentally here. I'm fucked because of this. Can you help? Oh, I understand that. No, and I know that's how Billy Joe is. Even, I mean, but see, and I do know that, but I also like Billy Joe. Fucking, she's a work, like she's a monster when it comes to working and stuff. And I don't, I'm not downplaying what Preston, or him or her or nothing, but she works her ass off. Yeah. You're right. That's a pretty strong argument. You're right. Like, yeah, yeah. Why's he got to be special? Yeah, it's like, what do you do at that point? Yep, and I know his emotional state ain't been the best, so definitely probably. No, I mean he shouldn't have. No, he absolutely shouldn't have. He was asking me about that. I'm like, Preston, I don't think you should. Well, I guess Jessica flipped out if he stepped down or something, so he ended up bitching out and not being a store owner and deciding he was going to come back as a manager. Yes, Jessica was like, the fuck you're not. But, you know. But I also don't think he communicates with her well enough either, so. Nope. Yeah, that's. Correct. He should though. I mean, really, he can't keep doing what he's doing. What? They weren't. They weren't. That's my fuck up. I did that. That was totally me. I forgot about it with the audit. I just kind of blanked on that one. I can't climb the ladders. Some of them, not all of them, aren't up. I mean, there's a good amount that are up. So Justin said he was going to end up helping me out with the window signs. Okay. I'll end up getting them up tomorrow. I'll make sure the window signs are up ASAP tomorrow. I will take that burden on myself. That's fine. I just couldn't do them. I couldn't do them last week because I ended up screwing my back up, and then yesterday. Oh, and oh, sorry. And I was gonna also say I ended up there was a drink spilled on the freaking trolley display, so that got ruined. Okay, cool. I just I wanted to tell you that before I got yelled at for that one. I'm like, oh shit. Yes, you did. You did. I did forward those and hand them to the peoples. So I'll end up getting on that and jumping on it and making sure everything's situated there. No? That was one. That was some of the ones that no, I never got those. Those are the bracelet ones. Oh, never mind then. That's what I was thinking you were talking about. So I don't know what the Stitch toys are then. I have not seen them. I'm not saying that I shouldn't have got them. I'm just saying I have not seen them. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I have definitely understand that is not a good thing. So they they're in there. So we still have some out front though for the Pokemon cards. I didn't realize there was baseball cards. I thought it was all Pokemon cards. I'm not. You're right. You're totally right. And I screwed that up. I don't know what else to say. I'm just like shit. Like I know I messed that up. Like I didn't know baseball. Like as soon as you said baseball cards, I'm like shit. As soon as you said it, I knew I fucked that one up. Oops. Nope. There's only one person I would think that would do something stupid like that. When would they have came in? When would they have came in? I don't think any. No, because at that point we had fired pretty much everybody that was like super shit. No, no, no. We didn't fire everyone in the store. That is true. Yes, it is the red book. Audits are bad, so I always put them as red. No, I'm just kidding. That's not. That's not why I put the red book. It just stands out. Yep. I got nothing to say there. It was a pretty big ass order today too. Well, I mean it's after an audit, so of course it's gonna be a pretty big ass order, but I have a whole buncher. It's sitting behind my desk to the back right. Okay, I got it. Okay, if anything, yeah, I was gonna say if anything stands out, just let me know and I'll look into it or whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter to me. I'll just make sure it works out. So, yes, so I already have everything like it's already in a tote. I'm gonna scan out all of that because apparently I'm gonna call McLean to verify, but anything he's stickered, I can send back together. Yeah, you just got on to me yesterday about that. Well, so I remember doing a grizzly thing. I had that grizzly in a reclamation tote. That came out of a reclamation tote for this inventory. Because I had tried to send it back, and the drivers said no. Weeks? Okay, never mind then. I have no idea. I was gonna say because when the drivers picked up those 5 totes, they told us that they couldn't pick up the grizzly. Okay. I mean, worst case scenario, I'll just store them in a very organized place and save them till next time there's a return. And then I still got to do those grizzlies that did get returned. So that should be pretty easy to do. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. There is views on there. So if it was like a tote that got fucked up or something. Hmm. That I was gonna say that's not as bad as I thought it would be. No, but I've had a bunch of people stealing beer. That's been a huge problem. That yeah, because that would make sense. That was about 3 grand between them. What inspection? What inspection? Oh, okay. Like brand standards and everything else, and their kind of thing. I got you. All right. Hmm. Oh, that's good. That saves a lot of headache.
Hmm.
48 high noon 8 packs? No, 8 packs, that would break down 6. That's 2 cases. They come 3 in a case, so yeah. That's weird. Well, I caught one of the people stealing Paps. I did catch. Yeah. 12. So somebody's walking out with 18 packs of Paps? Alright, I'll watch that one, because that should be pretty easy to catch. If it's 12 of them, that means once a week they're stealing a case. Yeah, I saw that. That's why I was looking so hard for those, because I'm like, the fuck? But I remember there was also an issue when they were getting checked in. They were checking in as the wrong quantity or something, too. So I wanted to verify that. Well, no, is my wine showing over or short? Well, I took it out of the seating area and I put it in the back room because I wanted it counted. So I wonder if they shoved that invoice in as a fucking department. Because I never scanned that in. Ghost comes in cases of 12. That's 5 cases of green apple. Oh, that's another thing with TJ. I think if something's a mispick, he just takes it. Because I noticed that my mispicks weren't gone, and one day when he was checking in the truck, he's like, hey, we got this. Do you want to split it? And I'm like, no, I'm going to get credit for it. So, I don't know why he would do that. I didn't know that was happening. So I only found that out probably like 2 weeks ago, and then I forgot to mention it because I had so much other crap going on. Yeah, but between the Ghost and the C4, well, you know what? The Ghost is the beer guy. And that's the one I was showing up all those other weird shortages on, too, like the aluminum Bud bottles, aluminum Bud Light bottles. There was a bunch of stuff for Carol. Yeah. They're in the, they're on my backstock rack. Oh my god, they didn't check those in, dude. Those are literally, if you leave my office and you're facing the 2 backstock racks, it's on the second shelf up on the right hand side backstock rack in the back. I have them turned over with the barcodes facing out. Did they count any of them? I wonder if it's a 0 on hand if they didn't count, because that'll definitely come back. Well, I'm sure my people went through it in stock backstock once the audit was over. Hmm. which is a 3. And I've been trying to pad a little bit. I mean, I shouldn't pad a little bit, but I've been padding a little bit just because I wanted to make sure I got some of that. But that could be that freezer that I didn't get credit for yet. We sold the shit out of one of those mixes. Okay. Yeah, because Caitlin pretty much bought them all, so I'll have to ask Caitlin what the fuck she bought. Oh Jesus! Like, it wasn't because I know that's probably what happened. They probably did the math on them and missed a case when they did the math because we had a whole 6 of them that went out of code. So I think again that's from people not counting in those deliveries and making sure the shit's there. Yeah. I I know that I won't, but I think that is a part of the problem is people not checking it in right. Because I don't know if I've never watched TJ check those in. I don't know if he just scans the sheet and calls it a day. They did say, however, that all of the colored cords, like the reds and the blues and stuff, share the same item number, right? I'm pretty sure we got an email about that. So we can just, if we got 12, 10-foot C chargers. Okay. I was thinking it's anything that's the same. So colors and stickers don't matter. Okay. That's fine. I mean, I just want to make sure that there's an easier way to check it in so people will count the shit more often. Like MITs and stuff, like I'd rather them know that instead of trying to go through each individual because sometimes those boxes are a disaster. Mm-hmm. I don't know. But that's also why I sent that email to you and forwarded you on it because I wanted to make sure that they weren't sending me a bunch of bullshit. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because if they put me in as a department, I would have been. Jesus. Yeah, well, I mean, if you didn't say, hey, that invoice is entered wrong too, there's another ICE invoice that's duplicated. That's when I was like, oh my God, on that other page, I swore I've seen it. I didn't see it because she flipped it so fast. When she went back, oh yeah, there it is. I'm like, thanks, Aaron. Bro. Still weird. Mm-hmm. That shit's been crazy. I really didn't know that credit requests came through positive. So. Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. That was the Stokers and stuff. So they never. I still don't have the credit for the freezer, and I still don't have the credit for the cooler. I double checked both of those. No, absolutely not. My freezer was dead ass empty. So that's what I'm saying. They issued the credit on the paper, so I don't know what the hell happened with that, but I never got a redelivery. Hmm. There was a credit around that time for the Stokers and the other stuff too. Hmm. Okay. Well. Hmm. Okay, so it makes sense that they didn't give me. Okay, cool. Either way, I'll follow up with them and make sure everything's situated. And then I got to still figure out that sandwich shit because that's taking too long. And like I said, I'll get your names and everything of everybody tomorrow. Mm-hmm. You are really good at it. I mean, I could be too, but it's just, I don't know. I've been slacking. I wouldn't say slacking. I thought it was funny that Ardisha was just letting me do the research. She's like, yep, do your thing. I'm like, all right. Hmm. Wonder how many DMs do that? Do most of them do that? Hmm. I don't know. I don't remember it. Unless it came from the last audit, which. Hmm. I think that was when they. Yeah, I think that was when they fucked up the trucks between me and 36. Because there was a lot of shit screwed up at that point. I mean, it wouldn't shock me that I was short more than that too, though, because that was a bad mix-up. But yeah, that's I don't know. Whoa, I didn't even double check that. That means it wouldn't have. Wait, would that change the last audit if you look up the last audit? Okay, I didn't know if they backdated if it would change the last one. Oh, but they used the business day as. This like, wait, did they use the business day correctly, or did they use the invoice day correctly? Hmm. The hell? Hmm. I mean, dude, if one of those people mess up one time, like that could be your entire audit. That's kind of terrifying. Yeah. Yep. Oh shit. I was gonna say because we do have Saturday deliveries for Coke. That's not Ghost, is it? Hmm. Nothing. Oh no, a bib. You should went and got a Sprite bib. Never mind. I wonder if they backed mine out on 9/7. So it didn't get backed out. Unless they deleted mine on 9/7. What? I didn't have a $500 Bimbo invoice. The fuck? I've never had a $500 Bimbo invoice. I've never had a Bimbo invoice that high. Not one time in the history of ever. Mm-hmm. 500 retail or 500 cost? Damn, bro. No, I've never had a $500 bundle invoice, period, ever. Venmo's usually like 50 bucks. All right, I'll notate that right now. Okay, so 9-1. Um, I can't remember. Is she Breakthrough? Who does BuzzBoss come under? Is that Breakthrough? Southern? Okay. Okay, then yeah. So that would be hers. I think that's when they recalled the sucks for the margins and stuff, but Sorry, you guys had to be there for my work calls. Oh, I know what I was doing. I gotta make some more money. Oatmeal cream pies are the devil. They are the devil. It is the worst. They are so delicious. Why? Why? I've never figured it out. Like, they're just so good. Only like a homemade cinnamon roll beats them. And occasionally a fudge round, depending on your mood. You really want chocolate. Damn. Stupid American fucking problems. Dumbass shit. Ooh, I want to watch Nuxamore. Wait, no, Philip DeFranco. He's got a new one today. What's up, Phil? Philip DeFranco. I've actually been watching Philip DeFranco for probably close to 15 plus years.
I'm sandwiched between the two generations. I'm helping to give caregiver responsibilities to my dad and then my son who's just out of college. So it's like, where can I put my money where it can grow a little bit faster? I found Wealthfront and let it work its magic. The cash account is more like, what will my dad need? And then the investment account is what I want. My passion is traveling. I traveled to 6 continents. My last
Trump's Epstein problem just got way worse, with a now panicked Trump White House making denials as the Epstein birthday book ended up exposing even more than expected. More information is expected soon, and Massie and Khanna should have the votes for the Epstein files by the end of the month. Also, Israel just struck Qatar in an attempt to assassinate Hamas leaders as top leaders gather to discuss Trump's ceasefire proposal. And you've got at least 19 protesters dead, Parliament on fire, and the Prime Minister resigning as the Gen Z protest rage in Nepal. We're talking about all of that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, starting with this. We've got to talk about the now infamous Epstein birthday book because it's been released and it's actually way worse than we previously thought. Because back in July, you had the Wall Street Journal reporting, though not publishing the actual thing, that Trump had contributed a letter to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book in 2003. With it said that it contained a drawing of a naked woman whose pubic hair is Trump's signature, as well as an imaginary dialogue between Trump and Epstein, something that was very weird and creepy sounding. Trump supposedly writing that they have a lot in common and then adding enigmas never age, have you noticed that, and ending a pal is a wonderful thing, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret, right? And in response to it, Trump calling the whole thing fake and then suing the Journal's reporters, its publisher, and its parent company, News Corp, for defamation. And you had many, including J.D. Vance, so I think he asked it rhetorically, asking, where is this letter? And well, now the letter's here, along with the rest of the 238-page birthday book, because the House Oversight Committee got it from Epstein's estate and released it last night. And so now we know this letter, it very, very much exists, but still you had Trump allies denying that it's authentic. You had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying, as I have said all along, it's very clear President Trump did not draw this picture and he did not sign it. President Trump's legal team will continue to aggressively pursue litigation, and adding, this is fake news to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. You then also had the likes of Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson, and the White House Deputy Chief of Staff posting other example of Trump's signature, claiming that they look different. But as many have pointed out, the signature in the letter, it bears many hallmarks of Trump's actual signature. The bold serif lettering, the loopier cursive, the long tail at the end, and the final D. There are even some side-by-side examples of known signatures from Trump, as well as this one from the birthday book. The one, you have Trump defenders using examples of his signature where he doesn't do the long tail. And two, you've got folks like Republican Representative Tim Burchett claiming that, this could just be an outright forgery.
I mean, anybody can do a signature. We've seen the auto pen's been used quite a bit with the Biden administration. So I've never known Trump to be much of an artist either. I just don't buy it.
So you think really someone might have just forged this somehow and sent this to the app?
Somehow, it's so easy to do. I just don't buy any of it.
But then with all that, you had people pushing back, saying it would be very strange and weird and seemingly unnecessary for Epstein's own estate, and therefore Epstein himself, when he was alive, to have a fake letter from Trump in his birthday book. Right? Of course, you've also had Trump attacking the credibility of the lewd drawing, with him saying in July,
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person. I don't do drawings of women. That I can tell you.
And then you had his son Eric reiterating that claim yesterday.
I can tell you my father does not sketch out cartoon drawings.
But as is public knowledge, and as others have pointed out, Trump did draw pictures around that same time, which he actually auctioned off for charity, and their style is remarkably similar to the one in the letter. And once again, here they are, side by side for comparison. But that's also not where it ends. Even seemingly where he refers to himself in the third person in the letter as imaginary dialogue, it resembles his speeches and social media posts.
Nobody would be tougher on ISIS than Donald Trump. If Putin likes Donald Trump, you wouldn't even be hearing about the word immigration if it wasn't for Donald Trump. Trump was able to get him to give something. I don't know what the hell it was, but it doesn't matter. Then Donald Trump. Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Right, and then there's stuff like his distinctive vocab, right? You had people out there going, the president would never use the word enigma. But in fact, he used it to describe Don King, Mike Tyson, and Dan Rather in his books. And then you have things like the letter's phrase, a wonderful thing. It's something that Trump uses frequently.
It's going to be a wonderful thing. It's going to be wonderful for the Middle East. And it was a wonderful thing. It's been a wonderful thing.
But also, a thing that I think should be focused on all this is the stuff outside of just Trump's letter. What we're seeing is that the birthday book contains much, much more that is very revealing. Or something you've seen more and more people honing in on is this one from a businessman and longtime Mar-a-Lago member, Joel Pashkow, because it shows Epstein receiving an oversized check for $22,500 with Trump's name on it with the caption, Jeffrey showing early talents with money and women and then sells fully depreciated redacted name to Donald Trump. And according to the Journal, that redacted name belongs to a real person, a wealthy European woman then in her 20s. So the drawing apparently is meant to show Trump purchasing a woman from Epstein. The sources also saying that she was courted by both Trump and Epstein in the 1990s, but that when she ultimately went for Trump, Epstein felt bitter. Though I will say the woman's lawyer claims she had no romantic relationship with either man, severed ties with Epstein in 1997, and doesn't know Pashkow and has no knowledge of the birthday letter. But then also, there are dozens of other letters in this book, and though most don't mention Trump outside of a brief comment that he was one of the many famous people that they met through Epstein, they do demonstrate, in the words of the New York Times, that Epstein's lewd and lecherous behavior with young women was both widely known and widely celebrated by people who describe themselves as his closest friends and associates. So you've got things like a cartoon drawing of Epstein lying in a beach chair, getting what appears to be a nude massage, at least, from 4 topless women. There's also another comparing him to the fisherman from a Hemingway story, except instead of catching fish, he catches women, blonde, red, or brunette. You then had another lamenting so many girls, so little time about Epstein. You also had one that reminisced about how in a farm town in Iowa, where it was hard to tell the difference between the girls and the hogs, Epstein somehow managed to find a spectacular tall blonde who he later invited back with him to New York. You then had another letter where the person said they agonized long and hard about what to write, and then simply put photos of lions and zebras having sex, and adding that they seemed more appropriate than anything I could put in words. And next, you have a letter alluding to how in the mid-1970s Epstein first discovered the Maxwell teenage daughter. And then finally, you had one letter marveling at the fact that somehow at the age of 50, Epstein has avoided the penitentiary. So y'all can draw your own conclusions from all that, but arguably, these letters show that even 3 years before his first arrest, Epstein's reputation for being at least a womanizer and at worst a sex pest with a fixation on very young girls, it was widely known among his friends. As far as Trump's take on this, when NBC got him on the phone this morning, he reportedly said, I don't comment on something that's a dead issue. I gave all comments to the staff. It's a dead issue. And you had JD Vance saying much of the same, posting on X, Democrats don't care about Epstein. They don't even care about his victims. That's why they were silent about it for years. The only thing they care about is concocting another fake scandal like Russiagate to smear President Trump with lies. No one is falling for this BS. But also, and maybe unfortunately for Trump, this appears to be only the beginning, right? Because the House Oversight Committee got more than just the birthday book from Epstein's estate. They also now have his will.
Our cars have always had great range and great dynamics. Then to integrate all the functionality that you have in a typical crossover is something that's super important. So the cargo space in the rear, the additional cargo space in the front, fold flat seats that give you this wide open area if you need to do it, the towing that we have on the back end, all of that combined, and then saying, you know what, it's still gonna be a Tesla when you drive it. I wanna
Will, his 2007 non-prosecution agreement, right, that sweetheart plea deal that he got, and almost 30 years of entries in his personal address book. With that, I will note that the estate's lawyers told the committee we are not aware of the existence of a list of clients involved in sex acts, or sex trafficking facilitated by Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. And so for now, we're gonna have to see, what we have to work with here and wait to see if the House obtains more evidence. Which, actually, we need to mention this, the committee still hasn't received a second batch of documents from Trump's DOJ, despite the deadline to comply with its subpoena for the full Epstein files coming and going weeks ago. And all of this is, despite having several of Epstein's victims coming to Capitol Hill last week and demanding that Trump release the files, no more Republicans have signed on to Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie's discharge petition. So there's still just 2 lawmakers short of getting it passed in the House, with Massie himself, Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Lauren Boebert being the only ones to join Democrats. But also, I'll add there that the votes in the House are very likely going to change soon, because the Democrats have vacant seats because their politicians died, and those seats are going to be filled soon. That also doesn't mean it's a dumb deal. The White House might be able to work with or pressure one of the Republicans who says they will vote for it, and maybe they change their mind. Something we often see in Congress is people feeling like, oh, I can vote against this because they know it's not going to actually have an impact. But soon, when the reality on the ground changes, maybe their vote does as well. But for now, we'll have to wait to see, and it really does look like Mike Johnson and Trump might be in a bind here. But then quickly, in a 1-minute break that helps keep the show free, let me say it's time. It is time for you to get out there, especially because we've been giving out $500 every week for over a year thanks to our sponsor at SeatGeek, and somehow some of y'all still haven't entered, which is crazy because it's free. And the lineup right now is stacked. Billie Eilish, Luke Bryan, The Lumineers, Benson Boone, Lorde, Hozier. I know I've got some games I'm gonna be going to on Sundays. And it's been awesome seeing so many of you winning the $500 SeatGeek weekly giveaway and using it to hit up concerts, games, Broadway shows. Y'all just living your best lives. And if you haven't entered yet, it takes 2 seconds, and next week's $500 winner could be you. Because for the uninitiated, SeatGeek is the #1 rated ticketing app with over 28 million downloads and tickets to over 70,000 events, sports, music, comedy, theater, you name it. And so for the first timers, you download the app, scan the QR code, or hit that link in the description, and use code PHIL for $20 off your first ticket purchase. And then, and this is key for everyone, add code PDS to your SeatGeek account as well. That gets you $10 off any ticket and enters you for your chance to win the weekly $500 giveaway, no purchase required. So if you've used SeatGeek before or you're a SeatGeek vet, that applies to you as well. So just add code PDS to your account and you're entered. So hey, scan that QR code or click the link below and use code PHIL and code PDS and go make some memories. But then next up in the news, we got to talk about how apparently the best way to avoid getting punished for drinking and driving is just be a cop. That or, not drinking and driving. Because what we're seeing from this investigation from the New York Times and the nonprofit newsroom New York Focus, it is shocking. Over the past 2 years, they got over 10,000 previously confidential disciplinary files detailing misconduct at roughly half the state's law enforcement agencies. And what they found is that some New York police departments have caught officers drinking and driving, and then they protected them from the punishments that you or I would face. Right? Because if you're not a cop and you're caught driving while intoxicated in New York, you're looking at like losing your license for at least 6 months. You'll face nearly $1,000 in fines, and you could even go to jail up to a year. And that's for a first-time offense. All that said, I'm imagining you're hearing this and you're going, well, it's not a surprise that officers give their brothers in blue special treatment. They even had a former police chief saying on the record, if I go 85 on the freeway, I'm not going to get a ticket, and saying, have I let people go occasionally? Of course, we all have. But that guy, as well as other former police chiefs and officers, were reportedly surprised that even officers responsible for crashes had avoided arrest. Right? According to this investigation, officers have collided with guardrails, parked cars, and even a moving police car with its lights on it. And then some have fled the scenes of accidents. Some have even shown up to work under the influence, one to a police station, another to a fire, a third to a crime scene. Officer Vincent Del Forte, for example, admitted to having 9 drinks before attending a basketball game, then a few more beers during the game, more drinks at 2 bars on the way home, and 3 more at his house before going to bed. And then he drove to work the next morning and tested above the legal limit, but was never charged. He just got suspended for 3 days and breath tested every shift for 6 months. And then this guy, Ronald Wilson, 11 p.m. on a Saturday night, he crashes his BMW into a Jeep, with the responding officer noting that Wilson's speech was slurred and he was off balance, his eyes were glassy, and he reeked of alcohol. But then Wilson showed ID, proving that he was an investigator with the state police, and the officer just never gave him a sobriety test. Wilson even admitted in an affidavit that he had been behind the wheel, and later admitted that he had 6 cocktails and a shot that night, but all he ended up getting was a traffic ticket for following behind another car too closely, and he got suspended without pay for 35 days. And just the damn cherry on top of this situation, the cop who responded to the scene of this crash, Andrew Kowalski, in June, he won the Erie County's DWI Enforcement Award. Right, and overall, this investigation found numerous cases of just cops not taking even the most basic steps to confirm if their fellow officers had driven drunk despite significant indications that they had. And then, even with a few exceptions, those who had been caught all returned to the job following short suspensions. Right, and a big thing that I want to end on is the problem is very likely much bigger than even what we know here. Right, we've got some experts saying that the documented cases were very likely an undercount, suggesting that many drunk driving incidents were never internally investigated. Though I will say, to be fair, on the flip side of this, not every department failed to criminally investigate incidents of drunken driving, and officers who seriously injured themselves or others, they usually face prosecution. That said, that feels like an incredibly fucking low bar. It's something even the most flexible of us couldn't limbo under, and it's still incredibly alarming that officers can put other people's lives at risk in this way and avoid any real consequences. Not to mention, it raises the question of what other types of misconduct are just being swept under the rug every single day. But then next up in the news from that, we've got to talk about how the Supreme Court just gave the green light for racial profiling. Because the case in question here, it centered around the aggressive immigration enforcement efforts in LA that have been a key part of Trump's crackdown. And at this point, you've probably seen at least some of the countless videos circulating the internet in recent months showing armed federal agents rounding up Hispanic people in LA, and even those who are US citizens. But with many saying that these agents are just acting as rove bands of masked officers routinely violating the Constitution, though you have supporters arguing that this is a part of Trump's administration's vigorous but entirely legal campaign to enforce immigration laws. But regardless of your opinion here or what you call it, the situation led to civil rights groups and several individuals filing a lawsuit against the Trump administration. We're describing what was happening as indiscriminate immigration operations and saying that when they had swept up thousands of day laborers, car wash workers, farm workers, caregivers, and more, the administration was violating these people's Fourth Amendment protections against unreasonable searches and seizures. Saying, quote, individuals with brown skin are approached and pulled aside by unidentified federal agents suddenly and with a show of force and made to answer questions about who they are and where they are from. And so then what you saw in response to the suit was a US District Court judge from Central California placing some hefty restrictions on immigration agents, ordering them to not rely on factors including race or ethnicity, speaking Spanish or accented English, presence at a particular location like a day laborer site or an agriculture site, or performing a particular type of work, with the judge saying that these factors shouldn't be used alone or actually in any combination in deciding who to stop within her jurisdiction, though the Trump administration took the issue to the Supreme Court. Right? And they argued that the restrictions were hurting their ability to handle the illegal immigration problem, and they said that the stops made by federal agents were lawful. And what we saw yesterday is that the Supreme Court agreed, ruling 6-3 along party lines. And so they lifted those restrictions and offered really no explanation, with really the only one providing any sort of context or thought behind the court's judgment being Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who wrote in a separate concurring opinion that those four factors that the lower court judge excluded can play a role in determining who they need to stop. With Kavanaugh saying that while apparent ethnicity itself is not a reason to stop someone, that combined with other factors can be a relevant consideration. And he also went on to defend the LA immigration crackdown in general, writing about 10% of the people in the Los Angeles region are illegally in the United States, meaning about 2 million illegal immigrants out of a total population of 20 million. Right, but then on the other side, you had Justice Sonia Sotomayor and the two other liberal justices dissenting, with Sotomayor saying that with this ruling, the court and the administration, quote, all but declared that all Latinos, U.S. citizens or not, who work low-wage jobs are fair game to be seized at any time, taken away from work, and held until they provide proof of their legal status to the agents' satisfaction. And adding, countless people in the Los Angeles area have been grabbed, thrown to the ground, and handcuffed simply because of their looks, their accents, and the fact that they make a living by doing manual labor. Today, the court needlessly subjects countless more to these exact same indignities, and saying rather than stand idly by while our constitutional freedoms are lost,
please give a round of applause for Mark Carney.
Hello, and thank you to everyone for allowing me to be here today. How can I just let you walk away? You have been extremely understanding to me, dealing with my personal struggles.
The Gravitron, let's do it. It's the best.
There's no way, I can't ride that.
Why?
Why? Because my tummy. You know what that would do to my tummy. I would get sick everywhere.
No, it's about perspective, okay?
Just let you leave without a trace.
Like on the inside, you don't feel it. You're like pinned against the wall.
When I stand here taking every breath with you.
Oh my goodness! What is out? This is truly shocking.
There's just an empty space.
When he's distant, it's hard.
I'm sacrificing everything. What do you have for me that's strong?
Advil?
A day without pain is like a day without sunshine.
This is getting bad. This is getting insane.
I know what I'm doing, all right? This is it?
That's it.
What happened?
I'm so sorry.
It's me. You don't have to apologize, okay?
I know that you've been questioning whether I am the fighter that you thought that I was. And one of my biggest regrets in life is the answer to that question. I wasn't. I promise that I'm gonna make this up to you.
To see Mark back out there is truly remarkable.
I just need you to let me in.
With everything he's been through,
The biggest night of my life.
does he still have it in him?
What happens next? It's simple.
Get up, Mark, get
Am
up!
I going to hurt him
Let's fucking go.
before he hurts me?
Get up, Mark, come on!
Ready? I think so.
You think so? Come on, Mark, it's a yes or no answer. Come on, are you ready?
Yes.
Marquito is back!
How's that feel?
Feels great.
Do you want some more?
Yes, you can stretch me more, yes.
Too much?
Never.
Small business owners are do-it-yourselfers. When my business was new, I couldn't afford an attorney, but I needed a contract written. So I wrote my own 5th grade version of a contract. I wouldn't recommend doing this because, yes, you guessed it, my contract actually got tested in court. Federal court. Surprisingly, the judge literally said my 5th grade contract was the best contract he had ever seen. Can I have an amen and hallelujah? But trust me, contract writing is not a do-it-yourself task. Running payroll, however, is. Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. My 5th successful company, Patriot Software, helps small business do-it-yourselfers run payroll without needing to be a payroll expert, whether you have 1 or 500 employees.
Keep your time and money.
I dissent. And as you can imagine, this ruling has prompted a lot of reactions, including some grave warnings from experts. You've got people like Armando Gudino, the executive director of the Los Angeles Worker Center Network nonprofit, who echoed Justice Sotomayor in an interview with The Guardian and said they have effectively legalized racial profiling and, by extension, racial discrimination. And others adding that this ruling sends a specific message to Latino Americans and non-citizens, saying, our Constitution is very clear in that it applies to all persons living in the United States as being entitled to civil rights. Unless you decide we are not people, you are saying we don't have rights in this country, citizen or non-citizen. And also had the likes of Gavin Newsom saying Trump's handpicked Supreme Court majority just became the grand marshal for a parade of racial terror in Los Angeles. And then LA Mayor Karen Bass agreeing with Sotomayor and saying that LA is just the beginning, saying that her city is being used as, quote, a test case for total dominance and unchecked power by the federal government. Though, of course, as you have all of that, you also have many others celebrating, including a spokesperson for the Department of Homeland Security who called the Supreme Court decision, quote, a win for the safety of Californians and the rule of law, and adding, law enforcement will not be slowed down and will continue to arrest and remove the murderers, rapists, gang members, and other criminal illegal aliens that Karen Bass continues to give safe harbor. And then also a big thing is we're gonna have to wait to see what the repercussions of all this is gonna be, because the lack of explanation offered from the court in their ruling, it makes it hard to know where this applies exactly. Is it just LA or is it nationwide? Or because this has become a recurring issue with the Supreme Court's emergency rulings recently, and we talked about it more in depth last week, but regardless, this is not the last time we're gonna see this case. It's actually still pending before a federal appeals court. It may make its way back up to the Supreme Court, right? Because yesterday's ruling was just about the restraining order, lifting the restraints on agents while the case is being argued. Though that said, this order will absolutely embolden Team Trump, both on the immigration issue and with their requests to the Supreme Court in general. And in fact, the Trump administration just asked the Supreme Court to allow it to freeze billions of dollars in foreign aid, which could set up the biggest test for his bid to exert his authority over federal spending. But then, in a quick 1-minute break that helps keep the show free for you, let me say, I trust public Wi-Fi about as much as I trust gas station sushi. And that's why I use today's sponsor, NordVPN. And, you can think scams are obvious, but think again. Just last month, cybercriminals spoofed Booking.com emails by swapping the / and links with a Japanese hiragana character. So the URL looked perfectly normal. People then clicked it without noticing, and suddenly they were downloading malware designed to steal passwords, financial information, or worse. All while, honestly, I can barely spot a typo in my own text, so catching that kind of scam, I don't don't trust myself. And that is why I think NordVPN's threat protection and kill switch are essential. They block malicious sites and sketchy downloads before the trap even springs. All while Nord encrypts your traffic so hackers, your ISP, or even shady Wi-Fi at the airport can't snoop. And Nord's dark web monitor, I mean, if your information shows up in a leak, you'll know before scammers can cash in. Plus, with thousands of servers worldwide, you can stream safely from anywhere. Tokyo, Paris, or just your couch while dodging calls. So hey, protect yourself now and scan the QR code or head to nordvpn.com/Phil to get a huge discount on a 2-year plan, 4 extra months free, plus a 30-day money-back guarantee. That's nordvpn.com/Phil, because the only thing scarier than hackers is thinking, yeah, I meant to sign up. But then next up from that today, we've got to talk about this crazy Gen Z gender divide, right? Because, well, obviously, men and women have always had some differences in what they value, what they prioritize, career versus family, stability versus status, blah, blah, blah. This recent polling we're seeing, it is more divided than ever, and it's pulled even wider because of politics. And actually, on the note of politics, that's where we'll start, with the approval ratings around President Trump around specific topics. Right, so for this age group, 18 to 29-year-olds, 47% of these men said that they somewhat or strongly approved of the president's job performance. So for women, it was only 26%. For border security and immigration, you had 46% of men, 24% of women. For deportations and immigration, 45% of men, 21% of women. On trade, 42% of men, 23% of women. And inflation and cost of living, 41% of men and 21% of women. Then, regarding anxiety, we've heard things about Gen Z being a very anxious generation, but the numbers here are wild. When asked in general, how often do you feel anxious or worried about the future? 19% of men and 33% of women said almost all the time, followed by 27% of men and 33% of women saying most of the time. And then you had 39% of men and 28% of women saying sometimes they feel anxious or worried, and for rarely and never, very small numbers. But then I'd say the most interesting information we got here was when all of these people were asked which of the following is important to your personal definition of success. Right, and they gave them these 13 options, which you can pause on screen if you want to read every single one of them. Right, and then from all those answers, they provided a ranking of what was important, not just split by men and women, split by men and women and who they voted for, Harris or Trump. And the gap here is wild. For men who voted for Trump, the number one thing they said is pivotal to their personal definition of success is having children. But for the women who voted for Harris, it was number 12 out of 13. And even for women who voted for Trump, it was number 6. But then also, when connected to this, as far as the ranking for being married, for men who voted for Trump, that was number 4. But for women, it came in 11th for Harris voters and 9th for Trump voters, which is actually where it also came in for men who voted for Harris. So a lot of huge gaps, though. I will say, also interestingly, there were a number of things that did seem to line up. Right, for having a job or career you find fulfilling, that took a lot of the top spots across the board. Right, having enough money to do the things that you want to do. Also achieving financial independence. There's a lot of money anxiety here. Again, we do see certain partisan things pop up, like emotional stability. It was much higher for Harris voters than it was for Trump voters. All of this, it leaves you wondering if this divide is going to continue on and on. It also makes you wonder what relationships or the lack of them are going to look like moving forward. And so actually a question I'll connect to this, if you fit into this age range or you border at 18 to 29 years old, what's the relationship dating situation like right now? Are you finding it hard to meet like-minded people? Or I guess also, are you not interested in that because it ranks pretty low, at least as far as getting married and having kids in that part of a relationship, for a lot of people. But I don't know, I'm just interested. But the next step, we also have to talk about how a federal appeals court just ruled that Trump has to pay $83 million for defamation. Right, if that number,
Your construction tech shouldn't be at a museum. Step into the future with a modern construction platform. Kahua is a PMIS built to evolve with you. From real-time collaboration to powerful analytics, upgrade to Kahua today.
No more lost dogs. Halo Collar keeps your dog safe anywhere.
sounds familiar, it's because this case centers around E. Jean Carroll. Back in 2019, she publicly accused Trump of sexually assaulting her 2 decades earlier, and Trump, for his part, repeatedly denied the claims and criticized Carroll. You had Trump continually attacking her on social media during news conferences and in other public forums, and in response, you had Carroll filing 2 lawsuits against Trump, alleging both defamation and sexual assault. And in 2023, you saw a jury finding him liable for sexually abusing and defaming Carroll, awarding her $5 million in damages, and that was a decision that notably was upheld by a different appeals court, though Trump's lawyers have indicated that they intend to take it all the way to the Supreme Court. Then the second case, which is the one that we're talking about today, that just focused on the defamation allegations. With that, last year you had a separate jury ruling that Trump must pay Carroll $83.3 million for his defamatory remarks, which is a decision that he appealed. And yesterday, a 3-judge panel on the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals unanimously rejected his appeal. They upheld the jury's ruling, and the judges wrote that the jury's award was fair and reasonable, and adding that there was ample evidence that Trump was recklessly indifferent to Carroll's health and safety. And very notably here, the court also rejected Trump's argument that presidential immunity protected him from being liable for defamation. Because you had Trump citing a Supreme Court decision last year that granted presidents sweeping immunity from prosecution for official acts, but the appeals court said that's a no-go here. But then next up today in international news, we've got to talk about Israel now launching a strike on the capital of Qatar, with the strike reportedly aimed at senior leaders of Hamas, and a spokesperson for the Qatari Foreign Ministry saying on X that the attack targeted residential buildings housing several members of Hamas. And then also you had the Israeli Defense Forces confirming that they had launched strikes directed at senior Hamas leadership, though it didn't explicitly mention Qatar. Now with that said, at least as I'm recording this, the exact number of casualties is unclear, but in a statement, Hamas claimed that the attack had failed to take out any of its top leaders, though it did say that at least 6 people had been killed. But also, regardless of the potential body count, this move, it's massive for a few reasons. Starting with the fact that Qatar has played a major role as a mediator in talks between Israel and Hamas since October 7th, and as a result, Qatar has widely been viewed as neutral grounds, where they keep in contact with the Israeli government, with senior officials repeatedly traveling to the country for talks. Qatari officials have said that in the past they agreed to host an office for Hamas because the U.S. requested it, and in fact, sources from both Hamas and Israel have said that the attack came as Hamas negotiators were gathering in the Qatari capital to consider President Trump's latest ceasefire proposal. And with that, you had Hamas, Palestinian politicians, officials involved in the talks, and foreign leaders all arguing that the strike appeared to be explicitly designed to sink the negotiations. But in an address today, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tried to paint this as a peacemaking action, arguing that the strikes can open the door to the end of the war in Gaza, and claiming that Israel had accepted Trump's proposal to end the war. But then you had many others pushing back on that and saying that an attack on Qatari soil during ceasefire talks marks a dramatic escalation, not a step toward peace. And so you had Qatar's foreign ministry spokesperson calling it a criminal assault that constitutes a blatant violation of all international laws and norms. Right, and that was something that was also echoed by other international leaders, including the UN Secretary General, who also slammed the move as a violation of Qatar's sovereignty. Though to that point, you had the White House spokeswoman telling reporters that President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. But still, very notably here, she also kind of criticized the strike, saying, quote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. But then also going on to add that eliminating Hamas was a worthy goal. And so obviously we're gonna have to wait to see what comes from this, what else we learn, but it is very likely that this is gonna hurt Trump's latest efforts to negotiate a ceasefire and end the war. But that is also not where the international news ends, because at least 19 protesters have been killed, government buildings are burning, and the Prime Minister has now resigned in Nepal. And all of this, it stems from late last week when the government moved to ban 26 social media platforms in the country, including Facebook, X, and YouTube. Right, with the government claiming that the companies had failed to register and submit to government oversight. But that ban, it was widely seen as a tool for censorship and something that would allow the government to punish those who voiced their dissent online. And so what you saw is that it sparked what's been described as Nepal's Gen Z protests, though I will say very notably, this has been about a hell of a lot more than social media from the very beginning. But it's also about unemployment, economic inequality, and corruption, and all of that, it's encapsulated in the anger that we've seen directed at the country's so-called Nepo kids. Because I think most people are familiar with the term Nepo babies, but in this specific context, the term pretty specifically refers to the children of political leaders who have been seen enjoying lavish lifestyles on social media in the eyes of many, thanks to the ill-gotten gains of their corrupt parents, and all while most other young people, they struggle to even just find work. I mean, youth unemployment there, it stood at around 20% last year, and the Nepali government actually estimates that more than 2,000 young people leave the country every single day to find work in the Middle East or Southeast Asia. And so with all of that now in your mind, it was then on Monday morning that tens of thousands of people gathered in Kathmandu and surrounded the parliament building. You then had police responding by deploying tear gas, water cannons, and rubber bullets, and at least at one point, according to reports, they opened fire with live ammunition, ultimately killing 19 people. Right, and then you had the government responding by the Prime Minister saying that compensation would be given to the families of those killed and that those who were wounded would receive free treatment. He also announced that he would form an investigating committee that would submit a report on the shooting in 15 days. The government also lifted the social media ban, and early this afternoon, the Prime Minister actually resigned. But what we're seeing is that none of that has satisfied the protesters, right? You had tens of thousands remaining on the streets today, with some attacking government buildings and the residences of top political leaders. And specifically, what you had is the presidential palace, the Prime Minister's official residence, the building housing the offices of the Prime Minister and several ministries. They got torched along with the private homes of some politicians. And in fact, in videos being shared online, you had protesters reportedly being seen beating up the head of the country's largest party, who has also been prime minister several times, along with his wife, who's the current foreign minister. You've got helicopters airlifting some ministers out of the city, and with most senior politicians running for cover, there's seemingly no one left in charge. You had the heads of Nepal's main security agencies, including the army chief, issuing a joint statement appealing for restraint and calling on political parties to find a peaceful way out of the crisis. And then, as far as the president, who really has more of a ceremonial role in Nepal, he's urged demonstrators to cooperate for a peaceful resolution and called on protesters to come to talk, and saying in a statement, in a democracy, the demands raised by the citizens can be resolved through talks and dialogue, including through the participation of representatives of the Gen Z. Though, with everything that we've seen so far, we're gonna have to wait to see if that can actually happen and end that way. And all of this is notably, like, this is not the first country in the region where we're seeing something like this play out. With the images that we saw out of Bangladesh last year, they weren't so different when deadly protests ended with the resignation and exile of that country's prime minister. And actually, 3 years ago, we saw similar events playing out in Sri Lanka. So a lot changing, a lot happening, and we're gonna have to keep our eye on this. But that, my friend, is the end of at least today's show. Because remember, you can check out the latest episode of my new podcast right here. You can click or tap that, or right
No. Oh, this crazy bitch.
America has black fatigue. 16 politicians suspiciously died of natural causes before local elections. No one is above the people in Nepal, where they tried to censor the internet. People protested, and the military fired live rounds into the people, and the entire government collapsed. And in France, the entire government officially collapsed. The prime minister was forced to step down because they lost a vote of no confidence, and the entire government collapsed. But out of all the things going on in the world, nothing is funnier than Greta Thunberg. That's right, baby. She's back in the news. Everyone's favorite baby girl, fighting for the people. She is sailing to Gaza again. And her boat just got exploded. This is a great situation for me personally, who's sitting here in my home and enjoying this from the sidelines. And it's great for you also. If you appreciate informative content that's a little bit edgy, where I say the things that some people might not be comfortable saying, definitely subscribe. Definitely subscribe. This is the funniest shit in the universe. So you might recognize Greta Thunberg, because we have other Israel discussions to have. Also, Hassan Piker and his uncle are having meltdowns. They just bombed Qatar. We have an insane deep dive today. It's gonna be really fun. So anyway, Greta Thunberg announced that she is going to Gaza for the second time. Of course, the memes are amazing because this is an official Greta Thunberg, photo. Like, try to find the Greta Thunberg. It's an impossible challenge. No one could find Greta Thunberg. But don't worry, gamers, because Asmongold was correct months ago when he said this.
Embarrassing, man. So fucking embarrassing. And yeah, and that's the way it ended up. Is her on a plane ride back home, just like a good girl, back to Sweden. Okay, did you have fun? Playing war. Okay, that's nice, sweetie. Now go back home and go back to work or go back to doing whatever you need to do.
Yeah, because essentially she does fucking nothing. She doesn't do anything. She contributes nothing. This fucking mega woke group in society, they fucking suck. And I am here to make fun of them when they deserve it. So Greta Thunberg is an autistic retard who decided to save the world, one retard at a time. So from her first trip to Gaza, because this is her second one, her first trip to Gaza, she got on a boat with a bunch of retard terrorist supporters, by the actual terrorist supporters. You can watch my previous deep dive if you want. And they went to Gaza. Now, on their way to Gaza, here they were still in Greek waters, and this is what they said.
Hey everyone, this is Thiago Avila. I'm here on board the Madeleine. We are on our mission to break the siege of Gaza. This is the third night, and there's a drone on top of our ship.
Oh my God.
We need your support right now, right now. Please tell everyone. Demand a safe passage. If this is an attack, we need your support right now.
We need your support. Yeah, because obviously when there's a drone that's above you that's gonna bomb you, obviously you need support of random internet freaks. You need likes on social media to protect you from a drone strike, right? Well, Greta Thunberg had another announcement. This is when she talked about how she almost died to a drone strike while on her way to Gaza.
And trying to start the voyage of the road functions towards Gaza to deliver desperately needed humanity and end the siege and open a humanitarian blockade. Right now, 2 million people are being delivered to starve.
No one's starving. There are definitely hungry people in Gaza. There's no evidence that people are starving, like actually dying of hunger.
In Gaza, and it is our responsibility as human beings to do everything in our power to try to demand so that.
I agree, which is why all of us human beings need to come together and tell the Hamas terrorists that started the war to release the hostages and surrender, because the war would end immediately. But she supports the terrorists, so, you know, not surprising.
That's why we are here.
And what's your reaction to this morning's incident?
The drone.
This is another crystal clear example of how international law and human rights are being...
Human rights are being disrespected because of the drone.
Of course, we were incredibly worried for our comrades on the boats.
Right. Their comrades, the fucking communist terrorist community was really worried that their comrades would be in trouble because of the drone.
And I think many were shocked as well that this attack happened so close to...
Attack?
But of course, this is a very risky mission.
She's taking a big risk by going on a boat and then sailing to Gaza.
We had calculated.
Anyway, she keeps yapping about how scared she was. They almost died to a vicious drone attack. It turns out there was no drone attack, actually. There was no drone attack, and even more than that, and this is the funnier part in my opinion, it was not even Israel's drones. It was the Greek government's drones, because they invaded Greek waters by accident on their way to Gaza. So Greece decided to scan who's fucking invading our country. And they started looking at them, and they decided to make this whole, the Israeli drones are coming to kill us. Well, that was epic foreshadowing. So this is Greta Thunberg, all right?
My name is Thunberg, and I am from Sweden. If you see this video, we have been intercepted and kidnapped in international waters by the Israeli occupational forces or forces that support Israel.
Notice how she says "or" because this video was posted before she was quote-unquote
of the TDR Corporation, we are proud to debut our newest project, the Live Train. Meet our first prototype, DF-191.
Call me Rafa, sir.
DF-1...
Captured by Israel.
Urge all my friends, family, and comrades to put pressure on the Swedish government to release me and the others as soon as possible.
Yeah, so she recorded this video before any of this happened, where she says she was kidnapped. Because realistically, that was the plan all along. The plan all along was for her to get intercepted. She never actually intended to get to Gaza. She just wanted to basically become some sort of prop for clout. So Piers Morgan, who's anti-Israel, by the way, says, "Oh, shut up, Greta Thunberg. You attention-seeking narcissist whore." Sorry, I added whore, but I think it's accurate. What an insult to the actual hostages in Gaza who really were kidnapped. This stupid stunt is all about your ego and will make zero difference in the plight of the innocent Palestinians caught up in this dreadful war. Completely true. This shit's just all virtue signaling, all theater. So she gets captured, right? She gets quote-unquote kidnapped. Now, this is the first photo of her getting kidnapped by the Israeli government. Alright, so as you can see, this is an Israeli soldier giving her a sandwich and a nice big smile on her face. This is the only image of her smiling on the fucking internet, by the way. It's when she's quote-unquote kidnapped by the Israeli forces that are giving her food. Now, the irony here is that on her flotilla that she was going to Gaza with, she basically didn't actually have any food. Like, she had a couple pounds of flour. Like, that was actually gonna fucking help. Now, here's the funniest part. Greta Thunberg is a vegan, and this is a turkey sandwich. And she is also pro-environment, and they specifically wrapped it in plastic. This is the ultimate double bitch slap in the face. It is a plastic-wrapped turkey sandwich. They fucking killed her. Insanely based. Honestly, completely based. Now, this is her after she left Gaza. After, you know, she escaped captivity, right? She escaped captivity. Israel basically picked her up off her boat, put her on a plane, and flew her right back. And they put her by the fucking horrible seat. Now, I have flown on El Al, right, which is the Israeli airline. These seats are dog shit. These are the only seats on the plane that can't actually lean back. In fact, they don't sell these seats. These seats are basically for staff. These are not sold seats on the plane. They put her on the fucking poop seat right in front of the bathroom, smells like shit and can't lean back. And everyone on the flight the entire time was just videoing her and talking to her and being like, how's it going? How's it going? And they just fucking, they made fun of her.
Quelle tête de cul, espèce de...
And they're like, holy shit, it's Greta Thunberg sitting there in a plane. Anyway, Greta Thunberg eventually leaves. And this is her as she walks out in the airport, as she's on her way out. And as you can see, she holds her hands behind her back as if she's handcuffed, right? To make it look like she's some sort of prisoner. But as you can see, she's not actually handcuffed. It's literally all a joke. She is an entire theatrical bitch. That's the funniest part. And then, of course, she is in Tunisia. This is right now. This was yesterday. Literally yesterday, right before she decided to get on her second flotilla on the way to Gaza for a little bit more virtue signaling and performative publicity, because that's what the left does. This is the speech she gives in Tunisia.
Just across the water from here, there is a genocide going on. A mass starvation committed by Israel's murder machine.
No!
Keep your eyes on Gaza.
No!
We have
It's really nice of her to be wearing an Israeli necklace.
global media reporting about this mission. Where is global media when it comes to reporting about the hell they're going
Yeah, where is global media? Are you fucking retarded? Where is global media? Where is global media? Bro, it's literally the only thing on the news, on every single news station, literally all over the place. In fact, if you want to really get funny about it, check this out. Check this out. There are 19,600 news results on Greta's flotilla alone. Just on her flotilla, bro. Literally only on her flotilla. They already have 20,000 articles. Are we on the same page? Are we on the same page? And that's aside from all the shit that's actually happening in Gaza. So obviously that's insane. Now the funniest thing is she's literally in Tunisia when she's giving this speech. Bro, you think human rights in Tunisia are good? Are you fucking insane?
through in this genocide? Where is global media when it comes to holding criminals to account? When it comes to defending their journalist colleagues who are being systematically targeted and killed?
No evidence of this, by the way.
Risking their lives reporting about the situation in Gaza. This genocide is being enabled and fueled by our governments, our institutions, our companies, our elected officials who are supposed to represent us. End your complicity! Everyone, end your complicity in this genocide!
No! No! Anyway, we have a pretty interesting update about the whole genocide angle of this soon, which is great. Hell yeah. For the record, in Tunisia, the human rights situation in Tunisia is fucking horrifying. They literally silence political opponents. They literally force the media to say specific things. Migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers are basically kept almost enslaved. LGBT community are getting arrested for being gay. All right, you're woke, right? But anyway, none of these people actually care because this is never actually about anything other than the grift. None of that matters. Now, she's using the classic cursed technique, sealed jutsu, Infinite Karen, where she basically bitches around for as long as she possibly can to stir up enough people that want to hear her bitching. But don't worry, guys, because let's just say it didn't go super well for her. Now, a Spanish guy saw Greta Thunberg's boat. All right, this is just the breaking news, and decided to follow them.
An AI platform where all your knowledge is in one place. It's a happy place. It's a nice place. Where customer experience solutions are so seamless, they're soothing.
Blasting Israeli music. Anyway, I'm not gonna play it because of copyright, but I just think it's fucking funny as hell. It really is. Like, dude, this is some S tier trolling. All right, so Greta Thunberg's on her fucking boat, and they just follow her around blasting Israeli music. I just think that's fucking hilarious, personally. Now, the most recent development, and this is the crazy news that we're gonna be talking about today. That is what happened now.
By what appears to be a drone, the vessel's on fire!
Vessel's on fire! It was a drone strike in Tunisia waters! No!
We've been hit!
We've been hit! Oh my god!
We've been hit! The vessel is on fire!
No way!
We are off the coast of Tunis! It was a loud explosion!
I can't believe it! They've been
top
bombed!
deck. The police are arriving! And it was a massive explosion!
Of course, it's live streamed, right?
Are we abandoning ship?
Massive explosion! The ship is still working. I can't believe
it was a massive explosion.
Massive!
A massive explosion. Just meters away.
Meters!
We've been hit by what appears to be a drone.
Israel drone! Massive explosion! The ship is still working
Guys,
somehow.
we have been attacked in what appears to be a drone attack.
They were attacked by a
Is
drone!
on fire. I repeat, the vessel is on fire.
Oh my god!
At about 11:30 p.m.
Horrifying.
A loud explosion came. The boat is on fire.
Oh my lord. Oh my god. I cannot believe this happened. And you know, because these are Nepo babies, they obviously they got saved by the Tunisian officers because they were in Tunisia. Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla says its aid ship carrying Greta along with other activists and humanitarian supplies was struck by a suspected drone attack, setting it ablaze. Organizers say the vessel was part of Gaza aid mission, but it came under attack. And they're also calling this a war crime. It is a war crime, guys. Israel literally bombed an aid vessel in Tunisia waters. This is horrifying. I can't believe the Jews would bomb the boat on the way to Palestine. Breaking news, Gaza aid flotilla organizers say boat carrying Greta Thunberg was hit by suspected drone. This is an obvious horror. This is horrifying. They are so brave. True warriors on their way to Palestine. Their breasts are empty. Do you know what that smells like? Breaking news. Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla claimed their ship has been bombed and set on fire by a drone. By the way, obviously, in case anyone knows what fucking drones are, they don't light boats on fire. They blow it to fucking pieces. All right, we've seen Israeli drones. All right, the Global Samud Flotilla confirms that one of its main boats, known as the Family Boat, was carrying the steering committee members, was struck by what is suspected to be a drone. Yasmin Akar, one of the activists traveling with Thunberg, posted a video saying the Family Boat was officially attacked by a drone that came right above it. It released a bomb. Right, they saw all of this, right? That drone came. It was probably flying an Israeli flag, too. That's how they knew that it was an Israeli drone, right? Obviously. Because, I mean, they're not in Israel, so, but they know it's an Israeli drone. Probably had a flag or something. Maybe it announced. Maybe it was singing Hava Nagila on the way. The Israeli national anthem. And maybe as it was driving by, it said, Shalom, motherfucker! And then it dropped a bomb. No one knows. Maybe it was a circumcised drone. But they,
Shalom,
right, so they saw the drone, and then a bomb
Circumcised
out of the
drone.
drone, released the bomb, it exploded, and then the boat was on fire. It didn't blow up the boat, obviously. The boat didn't blow up. That didn't happen, but it did get lit on fire. They have bombed the boat with civilians in Tunisian territory. This is an attack against Gaza because they don't want us there. So you need to mobilize. Let us not stay quiet. She also blamed a Zionist entity for an attack despite not having any information of who operated the drone. Now, the story gets a lot funnier. The story gets a lot funnier. Mazel tov, Molotov. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so obviously all of the usual suspects start retweeting this story. Did Israel just murder Greta Thunberg? Oh my god, maybe they are our greatest ally. No! Okay, that's diabolical. That's fucking crazy. 3.6 million views, 70,000 likes. Alex Jones gets on it immediately as well. Breaking news, says Alex Jones. Greta Thunberg's Palestinian aid ship has been hit by a drone and is on fire. We pray for Greta Thunberg has not been killed. Oh my god.
All out of control. Now they want to cleanse ethnically the entire area.
Israel's taking it over. It's so disgusting. So Greta Thunberg is a horrible anti-human depopulationist Bill Gates puppet, and I just, A, hope she's alive regardless as a humanitarian, but B, she was worthless to the globalists who play the dialectic both sides. If they killed her, they've turned her into a damn martyr. This is just horrible. That's why I'm never for offensive killing, only defensive. Please, God, please say that she's alive. Both because she doesn't deserve to die and because...
This is like an obvious horrible situation. It's truly horrible. I can't believe that Israel would bomb Greta Thunberg's ship. This is horrifying. Now, there's some interesting news, because Tunisia had a statement to make as well, because this was in Tunisian waters. Breaking news, Greta Thunberg claims Gaza flotilla was bombed, but Tunisia says no drone was detected. You see, Tunisia was trying. They were trying to find a drone, but interestingly enough, they couldn't actually notice any drones. Maybe it's a new Israeli stealth drone. I don't know. Greta Thunberg, an anti-Israel activist, claimed their humanitarian boat was bombed by a suspected drone near Tunisia, but Tunisian authorities found no evidence of the attack. I am currently at the port of Tunisia after one of our boats carrying humanitarian aid was bombed, and they're trying to figure out. A fire broke out, that we know, but no drone has been detected. The flotilla set sail from Barcelona Sunday, aiming to break Israel's naval blockade of Gaza, which is retarded, by the way. It's a war zone. They're trying to go to a war zone for clout. It's obviously virtue signaling. Activists had claimed Wednesday that drones were hovering above their vessels. This is so weird. Yet another attack aimed at preventing us from reaching Gaza, says Greta Thunberg. This will not stop our struggle.
Your construction tech shouldn't be at a museum. Step into the future with a modern construction platform. Kahua is a PMIS built to evolve with you. From real-time collaboration to powerful analytics, Kahua empowers your team to deliver projects on time and on budget. Upgrade to Kahua today.
Wow, she really thinks she's part of the struggle. She really thinks she's part of the struggle. Now, interestingly enough, I have very similar logic. If Israel really wanted to genocide everyone in Gaza, Gaza would have been a parking lot on October 8th, 2023. If Israel really wanted to kill Greta Thunberg, they would have been successful. As evidence, they wiped out all the Hamas leaders in Qatar today, and we will be talking about that in a minute. It gets even funnier. Now, the funniest thing is, Tunisia had a follow-up. Tunisia says that Greta Thunberg's bombed Gaza flotilla kind of actually looked like it had a cigarette fire. Pretty weird. Nah, that's crazy. That can't be true, right? Tunisia's National Guard has declared claims of a drone attack unfounded, saying that the fire was caused by a lighter or cigarette butt in a life jacket. Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Initial investigation showed the fire aboard the ship broke out in one of the life jackets as a result of a lighter or cigarette butt. There's no evidence of any hostile act or external targeting. Now, earlier, Greta Thunberg claimed, I am currently at the port of Tunisia after one of my boats carrying humanitarian was bombed, right? But the National Guard says the investigation is ongoing. No drone has been detected. Pretty freaking weird. But what if I told you it gets even weirder? I'm just gonna put it out there for Greta and all the retarded propagandists out there. A bomb dropped from a drone doesn't fall while on fire and full of sparks. Flares do, though. So why don't we take a look at the video from another angle? All right, so as you can see, it ignited here and then blew up on the boat, and it's very bright, obviously. You hear a lot of screaming. This is retard screams in the background. It sounds like the villains in Castle Wolfenstein screaming after you light them on fire. Ironically, they both support terrorist organizations that want to kill the Jews. Oh my god. And then the boat's on fire. You really fucking think this is an Israeli drone? An Israeli drone. The idiots fired a flare. They came back down on the boat. All right. So now let's just be clear here. That's a harsh claim, right? Is it really true that they accidentally shot their own boat with a flare and lit it on fire, and that's why it was so bright, but there wasn't actually an explosion? It was so bright, but nothing actually broke, nothing blew up. Is that possible? Well, let's just say we found some more footage. New footage from Greta's boat. I'm sure that they hate that this ended up getting published, because this is awkward. As you can see, here they are. All right. Everything going well. Nothing to see here. This dude looks up. Oopsie poopsie. He fired, as you can see. Oops. Damn. Whoa! Oh, the boat didn't even shake. There was no actual explosion. It was just a flare. We've been hit! We've been hit! Oh! No! I can't believe it. Oh, that's beautiful. We've been hit! We've been hit! We've been hit! Retards fighting ghosts and losing! And off goes the flare. Oh no! Someone go on Instagram Live and claim it's the Jews. No! We've been hit, guys! I can't believe this would happen! Oh no! Yeah, if this was a drone blowing them up, their ship would be in pieces sinking. I don't think that... This is literally the greatest timeline ever. Listen to these fucking losers! Oh, this is amazing. Alright, so this was the newest hoax. The newest hoax was Greta says Israel bombed our boat with the drone. Tunisia says we didn't actually find any drone. Tunisia did an investigation and said it looks like the fire actually was lit on the boat and it wasn't something else. And then video footage came out and they literally shot themselves with a flare, lit it on fire, and then decided to make a whole hoax out of it. This is actual fucking cinema. Like, is this not the greatest fucking situation of all time? Dude, no one is making these videos aside from me. You definitely need to subscribe. This is amazing. This is fucking amazing. Holy shit. Step 1. Greta Thunberg's flotilla releases a statement claiming they were hit by a drone. Step 2. Every major news org publishes the claim. Step 3. Tunisia confirms there was no drone. Step 4. Video emerges showing it was clearly a flare dropping back down. But if you look at the actual media, Gaza latest. Drone attack suspected on Greta Thunberg's aid flotilla. Gaza-bound flotilla struck by drone in Tunisia. Flotilla for Gaza says boat struck by drone at Tunisian port. Gaza flotilla ship attacked by drone off Tunisia. Gaza drone struck by drone. So thank you, media. Very cool. Media being the media, as always. They just hate, they hate actually fucking calling out the activists. Bro, the activists are fucking pathetic. They absolutely suck. They are such unbelievable losers. It's unbelievable. These guys are wild levels of losers. Now, to get you up to speed on what's currently going on in the Middle East, because I feel like it is relevant for like this, for context here. There was a horrible terror attack that happened yesterday in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, capital of Israel. 2 armed terrorists disguised as bus passengers opened fire inside the vehicle, killing 4 people. It ended up being 6 people that were unfortunately killed, injuring 20, 5 in critical condition, fighting for their lives. After shooting passengers, the attackers exited the bus, targeted nearby cars. Armed civilians at the scene swiftly intervened and eliminated the terrorists, thank God. And that is why guns are actually fucking based. So for those of you that are unaware, the way Israel's gun laws work is essentially everyone goes through the military. So everyone basically gets a gun license through the military because it's a mandatory draft. Now, the French Prime Minister condemns this while simultaneously saying they want a Palestinian state, which is ironic. It's a real tragedy. It's an unbelievable... And this was in Jerusalem, in a bus. They just walked onto the fucking... these terrorists walked onto the bus and they just murdered them. They just sprayed into the bus and they shot as many people as they actually can. A true nightmare. Like an actual fucking nightmare tragedy. It's so fucking horrible. Essentially, Hamas...
Our cars have always had great range and great dynamics. Then to integrate all the functionality that you have with typical crossover is something that's super important. So the cargo space in the rear, the additional cargo space in the front, fold flat seats that give you this wide open area if you need to do it, the towing that we have on the back end, all of that combined, and then saying, you know what, it's still going to be a Tesla when you drive it. I want to make people's understanding of what an EV can be and what a product is, make it a part of your life, a part of your experience. Ultimately, it results in a product people love, and that's when you know you've hit the right point of vehicle engineering.
Introducing the safest GPS dog fence ever created.
Hi, I'm Scott Riggs, and I've been using the Halo collars now for about 2 years. I have 2 dogs, Bear and Zaylee. They are super happy dogs when I open up that back door and they know that we're going down to the dock to spend a few hours down there. My fence line encompasses all the way down the stairs and out into the lake. Halo 100% changed our dogs' lives. I'm Scott Riggs, and I'm a proud Halo owner.
Took credit. Hamas took credit for it. They said, yep, this was all part of our plan, of course. And also, Hamas promised to pay the families of these 2 terrorists $400 per month for the rest of their lives, which is a reward that they do. They do this rewarding situation where essentially anyone that kills a Jew gets a monthly payout stipend from the terrorists for the rest of their lives. Anyone that kills a Jew. This is how Hamas operates. This is a real thing. It's a fucking nightmare, but that's what they do. Hamas themselves say their goal is to kill all the Jews. So I mean, hey, well, what are we that surprised about? Now, shooting attack in Jerusalem bus stop kills at least 5, and it ended up being 6. Really horrible. Really horrible. And of course, the progressives call it resistance. That is right. The progressives will call it resistance. Guys, this is just resistance. Going onto a civilian bus and just shooting 20 people? Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely that's the thing to do. That's the thing to do. Right, so I think it's fucking horrifying. And by the way, I'm not going to show you these tweets because it doesn't really matter. But I've seen so many people saying that this is justified resistance, and it's justified. And that's why the terrorist-supporting fucks will never actually win. Now, it gets wilder because if you actually look at the way the media covered this, suspected shooting attack in Jerusalem. What? This image may offend or disturb forensics experts where a suspected shooting attack took place. Suspected shooting attack? On the outskirts of Jerusalem. By the way, it was not even the outskirts of Jerusalem. It's pretty central. So it's a suspected shooting attack? There's literally video footage of these 2 motherfuckers walking onto a bus and shooting 20 people. Suspected shooting attack. And that's basically how the media covers it every single time. On a road that leads to Jewish settlements located in East Jerusalem. It literally not even true. It was literally in Jerusalem proper. Israeli police said 2 quote-unquote terrorists. Thank you, BBC. Why would you quote on... What do you mean quotes? The fuck is the quotes? These 2 people walked onto a bus and shot 20 civilians. What the fuck are you talking about? Terrorists in quotes. So, anyway, classic media doing media things. The leftoid media is always amazing. Now, of course, you have your woke freaks in society that are always being cool about this. Israel now has a reason to pulverize the West Bank. Am I alone in finding it deeply suspicious that despite all the checkpoint searches and security measures Israel imposes on West Bank Palestinians, this literally happened in Jerusalem, by the way, not the West Bank, 2 terrorists apparently managed to smuggle machine guns made in the West Bank into Jerusalem? In other words, she's saying that it's a false flag. It's a false flag. Something doesn't add up. Let's go. False flag. I was thinking that. And essentially it's saying, I can't believe Israel would kill their own people as an excuse to fight and stuff like that. Now, it's kind of crazy. And this is the level of insane retard shit you deal with on the modern left, especially. Now, Hamas decided to release a video tutorial after this, right? This is Hamas. They're in Gaza. And they decided to release this music video. So you get on a bus of settlers, aka Jews. All right, you look around. So you see, this is the terrorist wearing a kippah. Wearing a kippah, so that's a Jew. He's dressed as a Jew. Yeah, anyway, you get the idea. So stealthy, guys. So stealthy. So, yeah, this is the Hamas terrorists, ladies and gentlemen. They release a fucking epic video tutorial on how to murder civilians on a bus. Call of Duty Palestine, for real, for real.
Right
now, obviously, things are not looking good for Hamas. You see, they had a really bad day, realistically. Realistically, they had a really bad day. And I'm showing this to you because I'm pretty sure that Hassan is going to have a glorious crash out about this. It's going to be amazing. Breaking news, this happened about an hour ago. Israel targeted Hamas leaders in Qatar. As you can see, this was a building in Qatar where the Hamas leaders were living. And kaboomba, it got fucked up a little bit, as you can see. It got a little bit fucked up. Now, the Qatar people are not necessarily Hamas. However, the leadership of Hamas, who orchestrated the October 7th attack and a lot of these other attacks, they never were in Gaza. They've always been outside of Gaza. They orchestrate the terrorist attack, but they live as multi-billionaires in Qatar. being funded by, that's right, the American NGOs. The, US Aid was funding these motherfuckers. As you can see over here, this is a video from October 7th of all the Hamas leaders in Qatar, in their fucking penthouse in Qatar, celebrating the October 7th massacre that happened. That's these guys.
Wait, hold on. Where's Dom? Schedule 1 pissed me the fuck off. What the hell? What do you mean? What the fuck is going on with my computer?
As you can see, here they are praising God that you know 1,200 Jews were murdered in Israel, and people were taken hostages. So this is them basically celebrating what a successful operation where we just killed out a whole bunch of Jews. So that's what the cult's been up to in Qatar. So Democrat-funded Qatari fucks sitting out here, and realistically, that's them. You want to see them now? This is them now. Feel old yet? They were all eliminated today. Israel wiped literally all of them out. All the Hamas leaders in Qatar have been eliminated. They were wiped out today. Colossal W. Fuck terrorists. I really have no sympathy for terrorists. Literally fuck all these people. Don't care. As you can see, this is the explosion that happened. For Greta Thunberg, are you watching? If Israel wanted to kill you, you'd be fucking dead.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Something di po mami kotse.
I am about to completely transform my house with the futuristic lighting system called Jellyfish Lights. And the best part? My wife has no idea that this is happening. It's something that she's always wanted, and she's gonna freak out. I'm really wishing I had one of those giant red bows that people put on the hoods of cars when they give somebody a car, but Chelsea, some girls get G-Wagons, you get 60-foot articulating beam lifts, so I hope you enjoy the new ride. The chaos has begun. Oh my goodness.
It's gonna be so cool.
So these are what they look like, and I don't know how many colors they have, but I can put it on screen. It's basically an infinite amount of colors. So these are the actual lights. I was hoping we could find one of the little track pieces. They're all going in this track that
This is already up here.
color matched the house. So you can't really tell. It looks like it was just automatically built into the house.
If I didn't know any different, I would just think that that was part of the soffit.
Honestly, they're a little bit bigger than I thought too. Like these are pretty big lights, which is cool. You're really gonna be able to see these things. I can't wait for tonight. Here we go. This is the track that they go in. So it's like an aluminum soffit track that's color matched to your house, and they just slot in there so it all looks flush. It all looks perfect. It's not like you hung up some lights along the side of your house. It looks like it's built into
I was
it.
gonna say, I really was imagining like having them be permanent basically meant they took the big lights up there and they just like staple gunned them along.
Now that's gonna look so good.
I'm gonna have red means no and green means go. And when you come back from like golf or guys night and it's red, you're not welcome.
Just don't come home.
You can't come home.
Install day is.
Yeah. Anyway, it turns out Greta Thunberg not bombed by Israel. These 5 billionaire Hamas leaders in a Qatar penthouse actually successfully killed by Israel. Major difference, Israel actually sped them up, got them to meet their 72 virgins, who all happen to look like Frogan. Kind of crazy. Now, Israel's bombing of Hamas's entire leadership in Qatar was approved by the United States, and the green light was given to Israel by President Donald J. Trump. That is the way the announcement was made. Now, this guy, Mehdi Hassan, another fucking freak, far left whack job, says the U.S. signed off on an illegal bombing of its own ally. Bro, they did. Why everyone does this? Literally, like this motherfucker will support terrorists murdering random civilians. He supports taking out the leadership of a terrorist organization. Illegal bombing. Anyway, Trump accepted a blame. Eric Trump opened up a golf course, and he's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe Trump would do this." Now, Netanyahu responded. Netanyahu says, he's the Prime Minister of Israel, today's actions against the top terrorist chieftains of Hamas was a wholly independent Israeli operation. Israel initiated it. Israel conducted it. Israel takes full responsibility. My guess is Trump did sign off on it, but I just think he doesn't publicly want to actually be involved. One thing I have to say, that a lot of people are unaware. A lot of people don't know this. Israel is essentially America's weapon in the Middle East. All right, Israel wanted to fuck up Iran's nuclear program. Israel did that shit. All right, America doesn't want Hamas terrorists running around. Israel did that shit, and they will do it in a way where they will take basically all the responsibility and not get Trump involved. And honestly, this is just good for America. Fuck yeah. In my opinion, this was confirmed by Trump, but in my opinion, Trump doesn't actually want to be involved. So, you know, that's just kind of where we're at. Now, the UK government pissed a lot of people off yesterday. All right. Breaking news. Israel is not committing genocide in Gaza, according to the UK government. Now, this obviously got a lot of people really disappointed and confused. Because if you've been reading the news, all right, that's pretty weird. because literally just last week, Reuters and a million other news stations announced that the International Association of Genocide Scholars passed a resolution stating that Israel's actions in Gaza does meet the legal definition of genocide under the 1948 UN Genocide Convention. So this is really weird. This is so weird. How could the UK say that Israel is not committing genocide when it was literally just announced last week that the International Association of Genocide Scholars passed a resolution saying that it was genocide? I mean, if you watch Hassan Piker's favorite uncle, Cenk Uygur, dogfucker extraordinaire and inbred retard, he says, genocide declared officially. 7 days ago, he made an announcement, genocide is officially declared. It's officially worst genocide ever, by the way. Most incompetent genocide of all time. I mean, Israel's a country with nukes and weapons, and they can't genocide a couple of people living in a little fucking pen. What are we talking? Pretty unfortunate genocide. Very not good at it. Now, Cenk Uygur says genocide declared officially. Reuters says genocide declared officially by the International Association of Genocide Scholars. But this is the funniest part. This is easily the funniest part. It turns out the organization that the BBC and many others credited as the world's leading association of genocide scholars merely requires a $30 fee to join. That's right, baby. That's right. The International Association of Genocide Scholars has no background checks, and members with names like Adolf Hitler are free to vote on resolutions accusing Israel of genocide. After this was brought to light, the once easily accessible members list is now hidden. Pretty weird. You could just say, "Hi, I am an international scholar of genocide. My name is Adolf Hitler. I live in Gaza City." You pay $30, you join the website, and then you vote. So it turns out this is all a giant hoax, and every single news publication on the planet decided to post that shit. From all the way to mainstream media like Reuters and the BBC, all the way to Hassan Piker's dog fucking uncle, all the way there. They've all come together for that one. Allegedly a dog fucker. All right. Now, so this dude did a deep dive into the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and it's kind of diabolical.
It is official. Israel is committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. Between the ICJ, the ICC, the UN, the Red Cross, the WWF, and speculation of various other human rights organizations, the International Association of Genocide Scholars has taken a vote, and 84% of the global experts on genocide have concluded. Wallahi, it's official. There is a genocide in Gaza. Now, I would never doubt the official Association of Genocide Scholars because, well, it's official and an association. And you just don't question those kinds of things, especially with how reliable human rights organizations have been in the last few years. But what I did decide to do is call some of my colleagues, other global experts in genocide, to help me understand this resolution.
Hi, I'm Emily Schrader, journalist, advocate, and scholar of genocide. The work we do here at IAGS is extremely important. We draft decisive resolutions about countries committing genocide globally in order to ignore genocidal atrocities in countries such as Syria, Sudan, and the Congo, so we can continuously condemn the Jews.
And Emily, can you tell me what makes you a genocide expert? How does one join this association?
Oh, well, it's actually quite simple. I just paid $30 to join.
What do you mean?
It's easy. You just register here.
Emily, how do we upload our credentials? How do we prove our expertise on genocide?
What do you mean? That's it. No! That's the process.
First thing that people notice when they look at the bus is the fact that there's no tailpipe. Working with Highland has been a very smooth transition. They coordinated everything. They were our financier. They were the ones who were able to make it affordable compared to a diesel bus. Ultimately, the job and the goal is still the same. It's to get the kids to school safely, get them home safely. For us, going electric just made sense. We're safer, we're cleaner, and we're running more cost-effective than we were before.
What's up, folks? I've been using Serato's multi-effects plugin Hex Effects on pretty much everything. I've been using it on my drums, my samples, my vocals. I love how it breathes new life into all those elements. I'm going to show you my top 5 choices so you can spice out your productions too. Hope it helps. Alright, number 1, Hex on vocals. Treating vocals usually requires multiple plugins to get it sounding right, and pretty much out of the gate it brings life to this vocal track.
Thinking about the way it was, you got me begging and begging.
That's it without.
Thinking about the way it was, you got me begging and begging.
And that's with it on. If there's anything I want to swap out or tweak in here, I can. Just open the parameters view and dial it in how you like it. Cool. Number 2, automation with Hex Effects.
So I called another expert I knew on genocide.
Hi, I'm David Rabo, a news reporter.
So David, I'm wondering, do you find that there might be any bias amongst your peers in this council on genocide?
What do you mean?
What I mean is members who may lean towards voting for certain resolutions based on their ethnic, religious, or political affiliations.
Oh, absolutely there is bias. We just paid $120 to join for a year.
I've heard.
Have you seen the council members who voted on this Gaza resolution? 70% are named Muhammad.
It's a coincidence that 70% of the International Association of Genocide Scholars go by the name Mohammed. It is a coincidence, I swear. I swear it's a coincidence. Listen, it could be anyone.
After deep investigative research done by qualifying experts such as myself and other genocide experts.
Wait, stop, no.
Myself and other...
No! I cannot believe Sheev Palpatine from Naboo is one of the international scholars of genocide.
Genocide experts. We have concluded without a shadow of a doubt that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. And by ensuring access to essential medicines in Gaza such as Ozempic, as our new scholarly recognized resolution at the IAGS suggests, we can save lives. The ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza has severely restricted access to healthcare and essential medicines. Among the medications most severely in demand is Ozempic, which is widely used to treat obesity. Obesity is a serious and rising health challenge in Gaza. Obesity is a serious and rising health challenge.
Bro, dude, did he just put a compilation of fat people in Gaza? Oh my god, that's diabolical.
In Raqqa, with long-term impacts on physical health, quality of life, and the healthcare system as a whole. This will be passed as an official resolution that we implore the international community to report on ad nauseum. And we here at the International Association of Genocide Scholars would love to help circulate your reports and articles for a contribution of $30.
Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, as you can see, things are going in certain directions. Things are actually happening, and it's absolutely diabolical. Now, there's breaking news. Tucker Carlson actually just announced what his thoughts are on the bombing in Qatar. So, what do you have to say about this, Tucker Carlson? This is breaking news. This is what Tucker Carlson had to say. Because, as you know, according to Tucker Carlson, Qatar is actually America's greatest ally. So I'm really glad that we were able to do this deep dive today. It's very important. Very important, actually, in my opinion. So thank you so much for being here. Oh, no, you don't know that clip? Wait. You don't know that clip? Hold up. No. You don't know the clip.
America's supporting Israel because it's an ally.
I don't even know what those words mean. I'm just saying
they're an ally, right? I mean, they both
know what that means to be an ally.
Qatar is like one of our closest allies in the world. The largest American air base in the Middle East is in Qatar. They're a close ally of ours.
Awkward. Anyway, that's today's video. Retards getting bombed and retards making believe they were bombed. Truly a glorious day. Fuck terrorists. I hope they die. See you in the next one. Bye. Like, subscribe, and this video was streamed live on kick.com/Nuxanor. See you there. Stay weird, man.
The accounting world is constantly changing, and to be able to learn that real time as it's actually happening in the outside accounting world, to me was just really great to be able to put 2 and 2 together.
It's amazing to be able to be in a small rural community and be able to interact with people all around the United States and the world.
The IMSA will put you at the leading edge of the accounting field. You'll not only become an exceptional accounting professional, you'll set the industry standard, and that means you'll be in high demand.
The IMSA is a hands-on and practice-oriented program. In addition to our video lectures, during each week of every
Three doors down so you can't ignore it.
Hi, Grandma. Have you heard from Mom? There's like a part of me that knows I should feel bad, but I can't feel anything for it. What do I do?
I'm not gonna get a birthday or Christmas and disowned by my...
Yet Gregory has his arms tightly crossed and his nonverbal communication is not in sync with his verbals, indicating he's feeling anxiety.
My life. With regards to other... What they told me, because I don't have to tell you what they told me. You tell me what happened. I already told you what happened. Tell me you didn't kill your mother. I didn't. Who killed your mother? I have zero clue. Who took the shit to your house? Well, you just told me. Apparently it's my friends. And when did they think they did that? I have zero clue. Do you honestly believe the things that are coming out of your mouth? Yeah. So when your buddy says that you told him you killed your mother, he's lying.
After being backed into a corner, Gregory remains silent for quite a while before something snaps inside him and divulges one of the most chilling confessions we've ever heard.
Oh, good, whatever. All right, I'll tell you what happened. All right, so I got home. I got in an argument with my mom. She slapped me across the face. She began to hit me. She started beating me. I didn't like it, so I strangled her to death. I put her in a wheelbarrow. I put her in my car. I took the car. I had a mental breakdown where I almost committed suicide 3 times.
As he talks, Gregory adds in, I almost had a mental breakdown and thought about taking his own life, even as he's in the middle of admitting to killing his mom. He still wants to appear to be the victim. This is very classic narcissistic thinking and behavior.
I drove around Daytona. I dropped the wheelbarrow in some random-ass location, and I drove back to the church. I began to dig a hole. I dig a hole right under the fire pit. I dug a pretty deep hole, pretty deep, deep enough to fit a body in, all right? All this time, my mom's decomposing body, I dragged it from my car to the fire pit, in which case I tried to cut the wedding ring off her finger because I wanted to pawn it, but I couldn't because I didn't have a knife strong enough to cut bones. Oh, well, whatever. Anyways, so I dug that hole, threw her body in there, filled it back in, made it look all nice and natural, dumped my clothes, and then I went home, and I caught a ride to school with my friends, and yeah. And yeah, what about the part that you staged a crime scene? Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. Oh, so in the middle of the night, I realized that, hey, my mom just up and disappears. That's not going to make any sense. So I decided to make it look like a botched robbery. So I just went to my house and I just threw shit everywhere, which looked pretty convincing. Yeah. And yeah, again, not what I want to hear. Why did you drag your 2 buddies into this and give them the stolen shit? Because I needed to get rid of it.
Gregory's complete lack of remorse is disturbing, to say the least, and it only gets more horrifying as he doubles down.
I think you have to realize that with my mom beating up and hitting on me, it wasn't like me being like, I've waited ages for this, and then I kill her. No, this was extremely out of impulse, out of me getting beaten the shit out of me. I just was like, I'm done with it. So I grabbed her neck and I strangled her. So it was out of complete impulse, which doesn't make it any better. But the point of the matter is, I was shaken up, obviously. So your mother talked to your father on the phone.
When you get in your car, you just need to put your location in the trip planner. It recommends where you need to stop, for how long, park, plug in, and you can go about your day. It will alert you if your charge session is coming to an end, so you can maximize your time before you have to hit the road.
When did you strangle your mother? I don't know. 12. 12:30. Where was she at when you did it? What? Where was she? In the room. Which room? Her room. Sleeping? No, she woke up. She woke up after you had your hands around her throat? No, she woke up when I entered her room. And what happened then? She's like, what are you doing? What did you say? And I said, listen, you have to understand that I was not. The stuff that is on my face right now was a lot worse, and I wasn't feeling good, and I said, why'd you have to hit me? I said, you said that you wouldn't do that again, but you did it anyways. Why did you have to do that? And she's like, well, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You stop. Yeah. Whatever, blah, 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 bullshit. We covered that. Yeah. I don't want to hear it. What'd she say? She was like, well, you were being a dick. And does that really warrant? Let it out. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's important. I want you to tell me. No. Does that really warrant? Not important. Does that really warrant? I wasn't being a dick. I already explained to you the conversation that I had with her. All right. It's still about my bio grade. It's still about all that shit, right? And it's the same conversation I had with her. But it's the same conversation. It's just, like I said, it escalated to screaming and yelling, and then she started hitting me. And I did not hit back. I did not punch her back because, like I said, I wouldn't do that.
Gregory is making a lot of referral statements by saying, like I said, over and over. He's trying to find a way to maintain his story wasn't complete lies by pointing out the pieces of truth he said before.
Until I realized that if I let her keep on beating me around and basically letting her just do whatever she wanted, that eventually it was either going to be me or her. And so I made a decision.
According to Gregory, his mother's murder was a preemptive self-defense, but that doesn't justify such a horrifying and unforgivable crime. He continues to share more grisly details of the cold-blooded attack.
Put your hands around her neck. Was she facing you when you did it? Yeah. You extend your arms and put your hands around her throat. Yes. And squeezed. Yeah. What did she do? I mean, what can you do in that situation? You tell me what she was doing. Well, I forced her onto the ground and I was strangling her. And she was trying, she was clawing my arm, she was whatever. I mean, you can probably see on my hand where in this crease here, I was putting so much stress on it because I was over it. I realized that it was either her getting so angry with me one day that she just takes out a kitchen knife and stabs me, or it was me getting so angry with her that I strangled her to death. And so I took the latter because I didn't want her to kill me. I didn't think that was fitting. That wouldn't have worked out. So I just took action instead.
Gregory seems to really struggle to come up with an explanation here. I didn't think that was fitting is particularly odd phrasing in the middle of a confession. Though he admitted he killed her, he's trying his hardest to make it self-defense with a roundabout justification. Though it sounds completely unbelievable, it's likely he's probably actually convinced himself of this.
You throw her, you force her to the floor, and you choke the life out of her. How'd that make you feel? I felt nothing. How long did it take? 30 minutes. You choked your mother on the floor to death for 30 minutes. Yeah. How'd you know she was dead? Okay, well, actually, let me rephrase this. I choked her to death, and I thought she was dead, and I went to go get the wheelbarrow, and then she was moving, so I had to get back on top of her and finish the job. And then once she wasn't resisting when I was dragging her dead body across the floor, I knew she was dead.
Gregory continues with his crude and detached tone as he describes how he disposed of his mother's body.
Well, listen, dead bodies are heavy. They're a pain in the ass to carry. I was like, all right, well, this is easy. Simple fireman's carry, right? I'm just going to pick her up, whatever, bring her to the car, throw her in there. Nah, this is heavy. So I got the wheelbarrow, I dragged her out to the stairs, and then I positioned the wheelbarrow in the way so I could basically muscle her body into the wheelbarrow just perfect enough to where I could get her into the car, actually into the wheelbarrow without having to, break my bag. Okay. So you take her to the car. Where do you put her in the minivan? I just shoved her in there. In the very back? Yeah. Open up the trunk, just kind of. I put 2 belts around her legs, and then I dragged her into the car. 2 belts around her legs and dragged her into the car? Yeah, I tied 2 belts. I had a belt around her ankle and a belt around her ankle, and then I tied them together, and I used it as a crutch. So you were in the van and just dragged her, from the inside the van and dragged her from the wheelbarrow into the back of the van? Yeah, it was a bit to do, but yeah, I did it.
As Gregory describes his next steps, we get a fascinating glimpse into the twisted mind of a teenage murderer.
Okay. So you pull her into the back of the car, and then where do you go? Well, I threw a wheelbarrow in there, and I got the shovel, and I was like, okay, let's do this. Whatever, it's easy. Then I had a mental breakdown. I was like, holy shit, blah, blah, whatever. Nope. Blah, blah, whatever. What's that mean? Fill it in.
Looking to get stronger? Join Planet Fitness today. Save $28.
Whatever, holy shit. What am I doing? Or whatever. Just ruin my future, blah, 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 whatever.
The repeated blah, blah, blah statements show the fascinating but disturbing dichotomy of how Gregory presents as intelligent as well as very childish. This is the hallmark of most teens, but it's extremely chilling when tied to discussing murder.
Basically I was basically reasoning with myself, do I deserve to live? And I realized that I did the thing I did out of self-defense. I mean, sure, she wasn't hitting me in the moment, but it would have eventually just gotten worse and worse and worse. It's always gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. But it was just a matter of time. I was on the highway. was driving to, and then I realized, I had lots of thoughts going through my head. My original thought was, well, you know, what if I just dump my mom's body in some random ass location with a wheelbarrow, and then I just go on the run, right? And then I realized, where the f*** would I go? I mean, I had my sister's house in Michigan, yeah, but she just turned me to the cops, and whatever, I'm not going to get out of the country in whatever, how many hours they find her body. So it's not worth it. And I was like, well, I could just go into oncoming traffic. I mean, it's really busy in this area for some reason. I could just move my car into oncoming traffic and myself. And I was like, nah, it's a pussy ass way to go. I'm not going to do that. Right? So I just decided, well, okay, well, I guess we're just back at square one. So I'm going to go back to where I started.
Gregory continues to narrate the account, and he doesn't hesitate to share the disgusting details about what he did to his mother's body.
Drove the body back to the church, began to dig the hole, realized that my phone flashlight's not going to be enough, go back to the house, get a new flashlight. Then, this is me. When I'm talking about me going back to my house to get money, it's just me trying to make excuses for my phone being in certain places. I should have just trashed my phone like I did with my mom's, but I didn't really want to do that because I was listening to music and whatever. I was gonna get caught anyway, so I just didn't no point. And so I get a couple candles, I get flashlights, I get whatever, and then I get the area lit up. Dig, realized that the body smells terrible. It smells like Jesus Christ. You ever smell a dead body? Do I smell a dead body? Yes,
Yeah.
sir, I have. Yeah, they smell like
Casually listening to music while digging a grave and be so comfortable discussing the smell of his mother's dead body show his complete lack of empathy beyond the remorselessness he's displayed so far.
So I was like, okay, you get something clean up. So I went to my house, got a can of bleach, and I was like, okay, when I get the body in there, I'll pour the bleach on it and just make it smell sterile before I cover it back up with dirt. I was like, okay, that seems like a pretty good plan, whatever.
There's been another shift in Gregory's speech patterns. As soon as he decided to confess, he's now talking a lot faster. This is most likely his normal way of talking, as before he was concentrating on being deceptive.
So when we dig the hole, it's like, what, 4:30? And I was like, all right, so we dumped the body and then we fill back up, and then at 5:30 put back. So we? Myself. Okay, so you're talking about we being yourself, nobody else is there. This is just you. Yeah, it's just me. So, anyways, done with the hole. So, kick the body in the hole, but it doesn't fit. So I had to kind of cram her in there. I don't know if I broke any bones, whatever. Poured the bleach on her, put the dirt over her. And I mean, when you go out there, you'll see it. It looks perfectly natural. Doesn't look like there's anything. How'd you mask the hole? What'd you do? Well, it was a fire pit. So I literally just threw the dirt back on it, moved the rocks around. It looks perfectly fine. So she's in the fire pit? Or under the fire pit? Yeah. Okay.
And yet another shocking twist. Gail's body wasn't the only thing Gregory hid in the woods that night.
What else is in the woods? What else is in there? Mm-hmm. The broom I used to sweep the drag marks away. Okay. Because when you're dragging a dead body, as I said, I trashed the wheelbarrow on Holly Hills, which was a dumbass move because I still needed to get the body out from the trunk of my car and bring it down to this area, right? But I realized whatever, blah, 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 dumb. So if I hadn't wasted maybe an hour and a half, I probably would have gotten away with it. But I did waste that hour and a half because I needed to come to terms with what I did. Anyways, I dragged her body with the two belts I had tied to her ankles. I dragged it all the way to the fire pit. And, like when you're dragging the body on leaves and palm fronds and whatnot, that collects quite a lot of shit, to be frank. So is there anything else? I mean, you said that there's a shovel in the woods, a broom in the woods. How about any of the stolen shit? Or the stuff that you took from the house? There's more, there's stolen shit. There's nothing big. It's like all the small shit. And I just kind of chucked it in there because no one else wanted it, and I needed to get rid of it. So there's a cache of stolen shit in the lake behind the fire pit, but it's probably all whatever. By the way, in the woods by the fire pit, I don't know, I couldn't point out to you exactly, but there's 2 laptops and the .30 caliber gun right behind the fire pit in the woods. And obviously, you know where the rest of the stuff is. I do. Go back to before you left your house with your mother's body in the van, you started staging the crime scene. Is that right? You said you took some of the stolen out? Yeah. Well, not stolen. You took the... What'd you take out of the house first, and then while your mother's body was in the van?
Well, I just kind of figured, like, well, I need to get everything out. I was like, well, not everything, but like, you know, I was like, how can I make this look legit? I was like, I can't just like make my mom disappear and then like head to school and be like, oh, everything's okay. I'm like, that's not gonna work. So I need to make it look like something happened, like a botched robbery or something. And you gotta admit, I don't know if you saw the house. Do you see the house?
I haven't gone inside yet, though.
All right.
See your work.
It looks quite nice.
Okay.
It looks quite legit.
It's weird.
Grasshopper lets you create custom automated greetings for any occasion, phone extension, or scenario. From warm welcomes to voicemails. Because it's more than an automated message. It's a chance to make that perfect personal impression. With Grasshopper custom phone greetings.
Checkers and Rallies. 2 new burgers, 1 big collab with Glorilla.
Yeah, I made burgers. Now, I make them famous.
Get Glow to Peas Barbecue Double or go big with Big Glow's Barbecue Buford. Only at Checkers and Rallies.
This is different.
Why is there all this crap up here spilled? There's a broken glass here. I saw this shit broken, dude.
Oh yeah, it looked so legit, that's why Gregory immediately ended up in the interrogation room confessing right now.
Basically, I just of everything, and I grabbed everything of value, and I kind of just threw it in the van. Gotta admit, I obviously chucked it.
What'd you take out of the house first, and then while your mother's body was in the van?
Well, I just kind of figured, like, well, I need to get everything out. I was like, well, not everything, but like, you know, I was like, how can I make this look legit? I was like, I can't just like make my mom disappear and then like head to school and be like, oh, everything's okay. I'm like, that's not gonna work. So I need to make it look like something happened, like a botched robbery or something. And you gotta admit, I don't know if you saw the house. Do you see the house?
I haven't gone inside yet, though.
All right.
See your work.
It looks quite nice.
Okay.
It looks quite legit.
It's weird. Why is there all this crap up here spilled? There's a broken glass here. I saw this shit broken, dude.
Oh yeah, it looked so legit, that's why Gregory immediately ended up in the interrogation room confessing right now.
Basically, I just of everything, and I grabbed everything of value, and I kind of just threw it in the van, and yeah.
As Sergeant Pagliari works to understand the rest of this disturbing story.
We present our findings to the legal part of
floor? Yeah. There you go. It was like
bedroom, right? Master bedroom?
Yeah. You can see when you go in there, the bed's tilted. We started on the bed. We struggled off the bed onto the left side where I proceeded to kill her.
Okay.
While Gregory leads the officers through the woods, Brian and Dylan sit together in the back of a nearby patrol car as the boys talk about their current situation, seeming not to realize they're being recorded. It becomes very clear that they don't understand the consequences they'll soon be facing.
Making $15 an hour. Come on.
Dude, I'm gonna be grounded for the next 10 years and disowned by my entire family.
Dude, I'm not even getting to work. Come on.
Someone's about to get fired.
Dude, no, we had that job.
Oh, man.
We're making 15.
Even crossed.
Got some speakers out of it. I was enjoying those.
Remorse only becomes more apparent when they bizarrely decide to sing Alien Boy.
Room.
I fell down.
I was listening to that show so much. The one that he was like, the water's in that fountain right there. And I'm just like, I'm not drinking out of that. Like, I'm just going to get AIDS straight from drinking from that water fountain. I know. That's just bars and all that, just like blasting the speakers. I had them all hooked up and it looked nice in my room.
I fell down.
I was listening to that show. 3 doors down so you can't ignore it. I'll hunt you down like a Tyrannosaurus.
Eventually, all 3 boys are transported back to the police station. After a hectic night of processing, Gregory, Dylan, and Brian are reunited in the back of a patrol car and transported to the Department of Juvenile Justice, where it's very clear they have no idea they're being recorded.
Because, like, I was asking for a bottle of water so much. The one that he was like, the water's in that fountain right there. And I'm just like, I'm not drinking out of that. Like, I'm just going to get AIDS straight from drinking from that water fountain. I know. That's just...
You have handcuffs in cell when, like, were they in front of you or behind you?
In front.
Okay, I was going to say, they're behind. But how the hell are you going to do that? You're going to like, have to do some, like, trapeze?
Oh, no. When I had to, like, flush the toilet, I literally had to, like, kick the button pretty much.
Yeah, you need to be quiet for 1 second. 1 Delta 65 Central. 3 juvenile males
en route to DJJ. Starting mileage is 581. All right, you guys can go ahead and talk if you want.
Dude, seriously? Oh, I was not sitting down on that toilet. There was like steel and there was white stuff all over the toilet. I'm just like, I'll pass on that.
My dad, dude. Why my dad here?
What? My family isn't here. I guess they just disowned me already.
You're Brian?
What? Yeah, I'm Brian.
No, they have a lawyer. They're with a lawyer with you.
Interesting. Well, my family loves me, so.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not getting. I'm gonna get disowned anyway. The lawyer is to get me disowned.
The more time the three boys spend reunited, the less remorse they seem to have.
I was arrested on my grandma's birthday last night. Last night was my grandma's birthday. I got to see her and said happy birthday first. Happy birthday, it's very crazy. I got arrested. I already was doing that. I didn't need this to help. Oh my god. Cat's gonna kill me. Why? She freaked out when I didn't answer her for 30 minutes. She had everyone she knew blow up my phone. And she called me like 30 times. And texted me about 100 times.
Instead of being worried about what Kat will think of him after she learns about the horrible things he's done, Brian only cares about her being mad at him for not responding to her texts. This just showcases the utter lack of understanding from the boys.
I'm ready to die and get slapped about 30 times when I get back to school. Shit.
You mean you were going to back to campus?
I had online work I had to do. I'm worried about school still graduating, you know.
Yeah, I mean, all the lectures are
What?
and I'm okay, Brian. I mean, I can graduate.
It's my senior year. I was supposed to graduate this year.
For the first time, it seems as though the boys may be starting to realize that their disturbing actions will have long-term consequences. School, friends, and life as these boys know it will now be changed forever. Not long after arriving at the juvenile center, Brian's family posted his $100,000 bond. In the 3.5 years prior to their court date, Brian finished high school, started college, and was employed. On the other hand, Dylan wasn't offered a bond for 309 days, as the court was concerned that his history of mental health issues may lead him to hurt himself. When he finally was given a bond, it was $200,000, meaning there was essentially no way for him to post his bail. For his part in the crime, Dylan was sentenced to 828 days in jail, followed by 10 years of probation. Despite both boys having been charged with accessory after the fact to second-degree murder, Brian was given a different sentence. At his hearing, Gail's sister spoke on the pain their family had suffered as a result of the actions taken by Gregory, Dylan, and Brian. In response, Brian said that he was sorry the tragic killing had happened, but that he was simply naive at the time and didn't take Gregory's murderous claims seriously. Even at his sentencing, it seemed that Brian was wholly unwilling to take full accountability for his actions. In the end, he was sentenced to 14 years of probation, with the first 364 days of that term being served in the Volusia County Jail. According to Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood, Gregory Ramos is one of the top 3 sociopaths he's ever come in contact with, and it's easy to see why. For the brutal slaying of his mother, Gregory was charged as an adult and was sentenced to 45 years in prison. While his sentence can be reviewed again in 25 years, Gregory will serve a lifetime probation, no matter what.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you, with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, there's something in the water. There's something in the air.
Her ass.
There's something in the streets. Universal Orlando is your must-do. Can't miss summertime getaway. Visit universalorlando.com.
No matter how nuclear war begins, it ends in 72 minutes, and 5 billion people would be dead.
Do you think there will...
That's right. This video is the war on women. I'm sorry. No one's
Alright.
making videos
2,
talking about this to this level of
3,
depth, but someone has to, and it's
5,
gonna be me. Women, y'all are
gives me
cooked. I'm sorry.
6.
You are ruining
Of course I
society.
meant
It is
that
you.
one, the
It is
blue
your
one.
fault.
2.
It is your empathy, your garbage, and your smut that is ruining society.
Shit.
Okay, women? Pay attention. This one's for the girls out there. Not all the girls, but only about 80% of them. All right. So Elon Musk tweets out this AI goon bot. All right, of this dude, and Whammon over here decided to lie on the internet. All right, and decided to lie on the internet and say women aren't attracted to cartoons. Lol, we are weird, low-life gooners. Well, I'm really happy that this lady decided to make this tweet because I decided to make an entire video to destroy women. That's right. This is the anti-women video that everyone needed. Definitely subscribe if you have respect for women, but not a lot of respect for women. Okay, this is going the wrong direction. I'm going to get canceled here. This is all a joke. I love women, personally, especially one woman over all other women. I'll be real. I'll be honest. I'll be real here. Thank God my woman is awesome, all right? Now, most women are not. Most women kind of suck these days, and we're proving it today. All right, I'll be real. We're proving it today. It's your fault. All right, so check this out. So I have 2 pieces of my model hugging a body pillow of an anime clown pirate. Turns out people are in fact gooners. All right, so women are in fact attracted to cartoons, says the community note. And then if you look at Barnes and Noble, okay, hear me out is a section. There is an okay, hear me out section in Barnes and Nobles. And if you actually look at this image over here, it's fucking nightmare shit. It's a soul to touch with a big fucking demon creature and a small petite woman, or this thing and a small woman, or this thing or that thing, or Mothman, or getting fucked by a giant spider human, or other instances of getting raped by terrifying fucking creatures. Engaged to Mothman, motherfuckers. All right, so now that we've confirmed that women aren't fat gooners, we're going to be talking about how this is worse than porn. All right, everyone shits on male gooners. All right, I'll be real. There is room to shit on men for this. All right, there is. But women, nah, dude, y'all are cooked. What are you doing? I'm obviously kidding. I have nothing but respect for women. God made you to do amazing things, to do wonderful things, especially raising a family. Which is beautiful. There's this interesting poll. This was posted by Shoe on Head on Twitter. I wanted to look at this. Men who voted for Trump put having children as their #1 most important personal definition of success. 34% based men who voted for Trump. All right, women who voted for Harris. Job, career, money, emotional stability, talent, financial, having children at 6%, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. You're cooked. You're fucking cooked. You're cooked. You're gonna die alone and sad. The fucking media manipulation got to you, shit. All right, all of you fucking retards, y'all fucking losers. You're gonna die sad and alone, and you're gonna try to push this shit on other women so they can also be sad and alone. All
No way. Did I win? No way, bruh. Oh, she's gonna be. Oh, wait. Hmm. 4-star. I have to buy either her or him. Oh, Divine. I get fucking blood gems every turn, right? That wasn't a good choice for a 4-star. I don't like none of those. Not even worth keeping. That's pretty crazy.
All right, now I'm really glad we got to do this because this poll gets worse. Women who voted for Trump, even they have financial independence at this point over children, which is 26% instead of 40%. Men who voted for Harris, where's children for them? Job, money, talents, owning children, 9%. Fucked, dude. Men who voted for Harris, fucked. Women who voted for Harris, fucked. Even women who voted for Trump. Come on, y'all. You want to die alone that badly? Are you really trying so hard to die alone and miserable? Come on, dude. What are we doing? But don't worry, because they have companionship in other places. They have fucking goon bots. And worse, they have the reason why I decided to actually make this video. Shoeonhead makes this post. Both Harris and Trump women have marriage and family lower than career. But even crazier is Harris men don't even have family and marriage higher than Harris women. They don't value it at all, which is really sad. What is going on, ladies? Correct! You see, Shoeonhead actually is married with a child and understands how fucking awesome it is. All right? How unbelievably amazing it is. It really is goated. It's actually fucking goated. Which leads me to the thesis of today. Get ready, gamers. Let me introduce you to the New York Times best-selling book. This book is very, very successful. Lock in if you are not ready. I told you this would be a fun video for me, and also for a lot of based people, and the retards are gonna scream about this.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
This is a Cold War fought with information and espionage.
Snake, show your patriotism.
Don't worry, I intend to.
Let me introduce you to Morning Glory Milking Farm, a #1 New York Times bestseller book, a monster bait romance written by Cenk Uygur. Morning Glory Milking Farm. All right, I'm really glad that we're going to be talking about this today because I'm just going to tell you what it's about. You see, Violet is a typical down on her luck millennial, mid-20s, overeducated and drowning in debt. Of course she's overeducated, obviously. On the verge of moving into her parents' basement when a lifeline appears in the form of a very unconventional job at the neighboring Cambric Creek. She has no choice but to grab it with both hands. Get it? Get it, guys? Do you get it? Do you get it, guys? Do you get it? Do you get it, guys? Both hands? Of course, she's overqualified, can't afford housing. Classic millennial. Morning Glory Milking Farms offers full-time hours, full benefits, generous pay with no experience needed. There's only one catch. The clientele is grade A certified prime beef with the manly, meaty endowments to match. It's cow people with big cocks. It's cow people with big penises. Milking minotaurs isn't something Violet ever considered as a career option, but she's determined to turn the opportunity into a reversal of fortune. When a stern, deep-voiced client begins to speak, to specifically request her for his milking sessions, maintaining her professionalism and keeping him out of her dreams is easier said than done. Milking, by the way, is getting cow men, minotaurs, to come. Okay, this I'll be real. That is what it is. They are milking male minotaurs. All right. Violet is resolved to make a dent in her student loans. Of course, student loans is very important, obviously. This is a feminist. And afford a name brand orange juice and a one-sided crush on an out-of-her-league minotaur is not part of her plan, unless her feelings aren't so one-sided after all. Morning Glory Milking Farm is a short human monster romance novel featuring a high-heat, slow burn with a lot of heart. That's right, and a guaranteed fucking bullshit. CWs include, are you ready? Cock milking, non-human anatomy, size difference, and a lot of fluid. By the way, this book is not considered porn. This is literally just sold randomly in fucking Barnes & Nobles. It is the first book in the Cambric Creek Monster Romance series and can be read as a standalone. So that is the quick synopsis of Morning Glory Milking Farms. No smut tag, it's not porn, it's just basically sold generically in fucking Barnes & Noble. Barnes & Noble's a book, it's a store for everybody. This is on the fucking shelves, everybody. It's on the fucking shelves. Not considered porn. Because women aren't gooners, am I right, guys? Women aren't gooners. You can't milk his tits. What are you fucking milking? Now, what if I told you that the women, the fucking retards in society, the woke women, decided to drop 22-minute video essay analyses why Morning Glory Milking Farm is a critique about late-stage capitalism and toxic masculinity. Let's see the intro of this video.
Next time someone laughs at Morning Glory Milking Farm, they better ask themselves, what are you producing for the machine? And when was the last time you were milked for someone else's profit?
Yeah, I'm not going to actually ask myself any of those questions, actually. I'm very tired of this entire thing, though. This whole situation is a little tiring. But don't worry, because I'm just going to skip to a part in the middle of the fucking video, because her analysis is really good.
And she knew it was inappropriate to feel a thrill over forcing a reaction from him, and even less so to register that thrill directly between her thighs, a tingle that ignited when he repeated the motion. In this text, we see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
Yeah, no, it's not actually. It's actually not anything like that. What the fuck?
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's actually not like that at all. It turns out.
Oh
Actually,
my
it's
God.
really it's about a girl getting fucked
Hold
by
on.
a cow. It's
Hold
actually
on.
not about the Marxist revolution. It's really good.
And she knew it was inappropriate to feel a thrill over forcing a reaction from him, and even less so to register that thrill directly between her thighs, a tingle that ignited when he repeated the motion. In this text, we see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
Yeah, no, it's not actually. It's actually not anything like that. What the fuck? It's actually not like that at all. It turns out. Actually, it's really it's about a girl getting fucked by a cow. It's actually not about the Marxist revolution. It's about the millennial. Now the thing is,
It's about a millennial. Oh, fuck me.
probably think this is just goon slop, right? And it is. Don't get me wrong. It is absolutely goon slop. It's actually not about the Marxist revolution. Fucking video, because her myself any of those questions, actually. I'm very tired of this entire thing, though. This whole situation is a little tiring. But don't worry, because I'm just gonna... Analysis is really good.
And she knew it was inappropriate to feel a thrill over forcing a reaction from him, and even less so to register that thrill directly between her thighs, a tingle that ignited when he repeated the motion. In this text, we see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
No. No, it's not. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's not actually. It's actually not anything like that. What the fuck? It's actually not like that at all, it turns out. Actually, it's really it's about a girl getting fucked by a cow. It's actually not about the Marxist revolution. It's about a millennial. Now, the thing is, you probably think this is just goon slop, right? And it is. Don't get me wrong. It is absolutely goon slop. I would not be talking about this if the millennial. Now, the analysis is really good.
And she knew it was inappropriate to feel a thrill over forcing a reaction from him. And even
probably think this is just goon slop, right? And it is. Don't get me wrong. It is absolutely goon slop. Now, I would not be talking about this if this wasn't like a New York Times bestseller. All right? Now, it's not just goon slop. It's woke feminist goon slop. So I found this guy. He reads an excerpt from this book, and it might be the worst thing you'll ever hear.
It is frying their brains. Let me read an excerpt from Milking Farm here. All right, geez. And when the bill arrived, she'd attempted to pull a handful of carefully folded bills from her wristlet before he stopped her. No, that's absolutely not happening. Put that away. She'd not thought about it until the day after their first dinner together.
Right.
Realizing in mortification that she ought to have attempted to pay her half.
That's right.
What kind of feminist are you?
That's, right.
That's what she's...
What kind of a feminist? You're not even going to pay for the fucking dinner of the cow man that's fucking you? You're not even going to pay for that. You know what kind of a feminist are you? You're a strong, independent woman. I mean, I know that your job is literally jerking off cows, but why wouldn't you pay for the... You're a strong, independent woman.
Thinking, right? It's in italics for the listeners. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out and hadn't paid for her half, including her coffee date with Carson Tinsley.
That's right. She always
which
pays.
Accounted for how infrequently she went anywhere. She had come prepared that night, several weeks of her tips smooth and tucked into her wristlet. But I didn't even offer to pay half the other night, and I should have. Violet. If the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her, the heat of his hand dropping to her knee would have. I don't want you
That's to... Good. The Minotaur has riz, all right?
Feel that you don't have any agency here.
Of course, because the Minotaur is also a feminist. Male feminist Minotaur wants her to understand that she has agency to pay if she wants to, because she is independent.
I might be the one giving all the orders, but you hold all the cards.
Of course. She's actually in charge because she is the strong, independent woman. He is the lib-cuck feminist Minotaur who goes to fucking breeding facilities.
Comfort is the only thing that counts right now, and if I overstep, I want you to know that you can tell me so, but that's not happening.
All right, so this is obviously the dream guy. I wonder why women...
Then tucked into her wristlet, but I didn't even offer to pay half the other night, and I should have. Violet. If the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her, the heat of his hand dropping to her knee would have. I don't want you
That's to... Good. The Minotaur has riz, all right?
Feel that you don't have any agency here.
Of course, because the Minotaur is also a feminist. Male feminist Minotaur wants her to understand that she has agency to pay if she wants to, because she is independent.
I might be the one giving all the orders, but you hold all the cards.
Of course, she's actually in charge because she is the strong, independent woman. He is the lib-cuck feminist Minotaur who goes to fucking breeding facilities.
Comfort is the only thing that counts right now, and if I overstep, I want you to know that you can tell me so, but that's not happening.
All right, so this is obviously the dream guy. I wonder why women aren't so interested in dating. I wonder what the fuck propaganda is going on that date your average dude.
Then tucked into her wristlet, but I didn't even offer to pay half the other night, and I should have. Violet. If the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't that's not happening.
All right, so this is obviously the dream guy. I wonder why women aren't so interested in dating. I wonder what the fuck propaganda is going on that are getting women to not actually feel like they could date your average dude.
Don't think I'm unaware we're at different points in our careers. You can say no. You can say you don't want to see me again. You can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working.
That's right.
It's dinner, not a down payment on your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story.
That's right. So she's the feminist power fantasy, and simultaneously getting spoiled by a rich feminist Minotaur.
She was a good feminist, she told herself, and she definitely couldn't be bought. But if he had suggested at that moment that he would have appreciated a blowjob, okay, I can't. Oh, dude, this is raw. This is.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, stop! I am a feminist, but if he wants a blowjob, oh my. Okay, so enough of the excerpt. We're done. We are.
Yeah, actually, that is not really
a turns out we're done. But the.
So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of when you're working.
That's right.
It's. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of.
That's right. So she's the feminist.
But I'm in a position to comfortably see me again. You can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're. Stop coming to the farm when you're working.
That's right.
I know. You can say you don't want to see me again.
So
you can
nice.
tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working.
That's right.
It's dinner, not a down payment on your time. But I'm in a
course.
position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story.
That's right. So she's the feminist power fantasy, and simultaneously getting spoiled by a rich feminist minotaur.
Story. She was a good feminist, she told herself, and she definitely couldn't
That's
be
right.
bought. But if he had suggested at that moment that he would have appreciated a blowjob, okay, I can't. Oh, dude, this is raw. This is.
Oh my god, dude, stop! I am a feminist, but if he wants a blowjob, oh my. Okay, so enough of the excerpt. We're done. We are actually done here. It turns out we're done. But the here, it turns out we're done.
I know.
We're done. But
I know. You can say you don't want to see me again.
Turns out we're done.
I know. You can say you don't want to see me again.
So
you can
nice.
tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working.
That's right.
It's dinner, not a down.
Actually done here. It turns out we're done. But she would have fallen face first on his cock with an open mouth without a shred of hesitation is the final sentence of this book. Now, again, to be clear, this is not porn. All right, this isn't supposedly erotic 18+ fiction. This is a New York Times bestseller, literally on the fucking shelves in Barnes and Noble. So this is porn, all right? This is fucking porn, all right? I don't want to sit here and fucking make believe that it's not porn. It's fucking porn, and it's not only porn. I think it's attacking these women emotionally. It is emotionally attacking these people, dude. I'll be real here. Man porn and women porn are different. Man porn is, I think, purely physical, hot tits, dude busts. All right, I don't think it's healthy, personally, but that's what it is for man. It's not some sort of emotional attachment. When it comes to women porn, holy fucking shit, it's this entire emotional attachment to the Minotaur Milky. All right, the Minotaur Milker over here is this strong, independent feminist guy. This is fucking insane. Now, anyway, I found this video. All right, the absolute degeneracy of modern writing. So I wanted to do a deep dive. All right, I wanted to see a woman break this apart. Personally, I wanted to see a woman break this this situation apart because realistically, I've seen enough feminist Minotaur blowjobs today, and I honestly want to kill myself. So yeah, women are kind of fucked these days, and we wonder what happened to them, guys. What happened?
When I started this channel, it was largely because I had been noticing a broad decline in storytelling in general and literature in particular.
Yeah, you don't say.
A decline that began a lot longer ago than most people think. And my aim has always been to help, insofar as I am able, to remind writers of the true fundamentals of storytelling.
All right, love
and
that.
to hopefully elevate their craft into something that isn't beholden to current market trends, nor
Right.
controlled by the fleeting tastes of book
True.
talk or
True.
bookstagram or what.
Look, man, I am not like super well into the romantic-y fucking feminized women genre. All right, I am not. I remember when you used to show random YouTube shit like this. Yeah, and I always made fun of it. And I'm still making fun of it. I actually have consistently always made fun of it. I don't think I've ever shown anything as fucked up as this, to be honest.
Ever. However, I've been noticing that there are a lot more aspects that have been contributing to the decline of literature besides just a lack of understanding.
Literature, and you know what came with it? The decline of women. I don't know. It's not a coincidence. Fucking hell, dude.
Regarding the fundamentals. Today, I would like to focus on one of the
Introducing
most
the
glaring
safest
issues
GPS
plaguing
dog
modern
fence
publishing.
ever created.
Good. Smut, baby. All right. Oh my god.
Would this make you buy a Ridge wallet? 2 people could win a Lamborghini Huracan Sterrato, a Hennessy Velociraptor, or...
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. All right, let's go.
Something you hear a lot is that women have come to dominate the literary world more and more. We'll look closer at those numbers later, but for now I think we can all agree that female writers have achieved fame and success comparable to a lot of their male predecessors and contemporaries.
I mean, look at fucking Minotaur Milking Farm. That shit was not written by a man, right?
But
That shit was not written by a man, right? There's no fucking way that shit was written by a man. There's no fucking way. Hold up. If it was written by a man, dude's a genius. C.M. Nascosta, whoever the fuck that is. I would want to use a pen name personally. I personally would not want to make that my actual name. All right, who the fuck is this guy? How do I find him? Yep, it's a woman. All right, we found her. She's in fact a woman. I am personally surprised. All right, from Ohio. Look at that. It doesn't get any better than that. It doesn't get any better. All right, good. W. We take those.
The female writing, which is most often presented as proof of this, is things like this, despite the fact that there have always existed things like this.
Sure.
I'm
There's
personally
always been romance, but shit's gotten fucking crazy.
of the opinion that the literary world is so rife with corruption and ideologies that any observation along these lines is meaningless. Generally, across the board, it isn't really men or women who
pirates.
dominate the literary world, it's ideologies and popular trends in social politics, whatever those might be at a given time. Historically, a lot, not all, but a lot of the most
Nobody's
widely celebrated
demons.
female writers,
That's it.
especially within the
They're
20th
so brave. They're so brave for pushing boundaries and writing a story about a feminist who's independent and getting fucked by a cow. So brave. They're so brave. Damn, they're totally not going to die alone or anything with an ideology like that. Absolutely not. This is making them happier and stronger women.
within 21st centuries have been at the bleeding edge of social and political progressivism. To
Yeah.
my mind, this makes it less about being a woman and more about being an acolyte of a particular ideology. Like I said though, not always, just most of the time. Nevertheless, it is
To
somewhat
be honest, I don't actually give a shit if it's a man or if it's a woman that wrote a book. I actually literally don't care. I only care if the book is good. I don't know why, I personally don't give a flying fuck who wrote the book, or whatever, okay? I enjoyed Harry Potter, even though it was written by J.K. Rowling, a whammon, so I guess I can't be all bad or something. Oh, but never mind, J.K. Rowling actually is anti-trans, so never mind, that's not a good example. She's actually based.
true that right now women somewhat dominate the publishing industry. First of all, some housekeeping. Apparently, I will be punished in some mysterious way if I use a certain word in my videos. This word has 4 letters, starts with a P, ends with an N, and there's also an O and an R in there too. So for the course of this video, I'll have to refer to it differently. I'm going to use adult entertainment or adult videos or explicit videos. None of these words quite have the same meaning, but you and I both know what we're talking about here, so let's just make do. All right, to start with, let's just push aside any conversation about taste. This is not going to be a video about what I like or don't like
Don't
to
care
read.
about taste.
What I am offering you in this video is not my opinion or my reading preference, it is facts. And the first thing we need to establish is that all this so-called romance fiction and most, if not all, of the current women's literature out there is not women's literature. It's, as a woman, the most common defense I hear for romance fiction, especially the romance fiction that is so prevalent.
The best excuse for romance fiction is, well, I feel like you really get captured in the story. It's fucking porn, okay? It's so annoying. Can we just admit it, please? Can we please just fucking admit it? All right. It's about women that want to get married to Mothman and fucked by minotaurs. All right. They can't make any connections with an actual man in their life, so they're getting married to ChatGPT and fucking minotaurs, literary minotaurs on the side. All right. Get me the fuck out of here. Look, man, there's always been fiction and romance, or romance and fiction rather. No one cares. Okay. This is not the issue. How to mount your dragon is not the fucking type of shit that anyone wants to fucking see. All right? My husband is a werewolf billionaire. What the fuck is this genre? It's literally just sad. And people, honestly, you know what? I'm going to say it like this. And I mean it with my whole heart. If you found out that a man was watching fucking simulated rape porn, all right? You would think he's a fucking freak. This is the same fucking thing, and it's out in the open, and people aren't shaming these women enough. Sorry, that's my opinion.
Today is that it is literature for women. Whenever anyone tries to express...
Yeah, men are better authors, actually, in my opinion. I know you're probably going to think that that's pretty mighty sexist of me, but I'm just saying, as far as books I've seen that are written by men versus books that are written by women, I like a lot of books that are written by women, but statistically, I like the books that are written by men better. I don't want to be rude here, but imagination-wise, I've just seen better books written by men. This is just my opinion. I'll give you some examples of fantastic books written by women. I think my favorite book written by a woman is A Brotherhood, all right? The actual original FMA manga written by a woman. Fantastic fucking story, all right? So obviously, it exists. However, when I see books written by women, the majority is fucking shit like this.
Some concern about these genres or the nature...
Or maybe I'm just biased because I'm a man.
...of their content, that person is immediately condemned for being anti-woman or anti-women's literature. The idea being...
I am not anti-woman or anti-women's literature. I am anti-shit. And I am anti-degeneracy in society, all right? I am anti-women, feeling like it's better to have a relationship with a fictional minotaur than actually getting married and building a life.
That these types of books are not just popular among women, but that they define womanhood. And to be opposed to them in any way is to be opposed to women. Women such as myself, who are critical of these books, are often said to be suffering from internalized misogyny.
Oh, that's right. Every woman that actually wants to do something that's good in their life, right? Every woman out there that's doing their absolute best to actually build a family or something, they're considered internalized misogynists. That's right. You're a woman that's trying to actually build a family, and, you know, do the thing that women have done for literally all of history that has made them happy and proud. That thing, yeah, fuck that, I guess.
The reality about all this is that it isn't a question of woman versus anti-woman, or even woman versus man. The issue here is probably one of the oldest ones in existence. It's the normalization of explicit adult entertainment. Whether it's women or men who are trying to do that is pretty irrelevant.
I mean, I agree with this partially. I think there's another part to it, which is the actual trickle-down effect this actually has on society. Like, instead of actually having a girl that wants to build a romantic relationship with a man, and build a family and a dynasty with a man and be emotionally connected to a man, you have women that are instead getting emotionally attached to AI, or getting emotionally attached to fucking unbelievable metric tons of smut shit in novels, right? And so realistically, when you see all of that garbage, it's not actually that surprising. I think that that's the major problem here. I think it actually is a trickle-down effect on society at large.
Because the number one reason anyone has ever tried...
Woman, I'm just letting you know, you want a happy life? Any women watching this that want a happy life? Do not wait until you date a fucking feminist minotaur. It's probably not gonna happen.
To normalize this kind of, you know, explicit content is money. But ahead of myself. First of all, we need to establish this fact very, very clearly. Women's literature is not, you know, just some randomly horny trend in the book industry. In that sense, outside of a handful of odd entries here and there, women's literature doesn't exist. Women haven't taken over the literary world. A four-letter word starting with P has taken over the literary world.
True.
Barnes & Noble and every other major and independent bookseller, especially all those new romance bookshops, have now just become another kind of adult entertainment store.
True.
And no...
Except it doesn't get the social stigma, which it should.
Well, that's not a good thing. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is not XXX adult entertainment. This is. You are actually incorrect. For a man, average man.
All right, let's go! Dude, I love me a woman that actually understands a thing or two about biology. Damn, women that understand that men and women are physiologically different are goated. What can I say? It's a low bar. It's a low bar, but so many people trip on this bar.
An explicit depiction of a sex act might not really get the job done. Men typically tend to gravitate towards seeing the act on the screen in one form or another. Women have always, on average, preferred to read it, even if some do end up hooked on the filmed version. The female mind has pretty much the same reaction, generally speaking, to the written version. In fact, written erotic content tends to have even more of an impact on the minds of women than filmed erotic content. Why? Because men and women engage with media in fundamentally different ways. When it comes,
it's not just media. I think it's a physiological difference that women are inherently, their minds are attached more to emotion, and men are a lot more, you know, inclined to being either more up in their head or the physical. Right? So, you know, man, like, again, we could keep doing this forever. We could keep having this discussion literally forever. But realistically, that is a fundamental difference between men and women. And that's just it.
To adult entertainment, your simple, straightforward two people banging video isn't really going to do much of anything for a woman, generally speaking. There have been numerous studies done regarding female sexuality or the differences between male and female arousal, and generally across the board, they'll tell you that women require what is sometimes called mental mapping to be sexually aroused. That is, there needs to be more story and more opportunity for her to feel empathy. That's just...
Look, man, anyone that's actually been in a relationship knows this. Like, she's explaining it because I guess the average person these days, unfortunately, is sad and alone because society is pushing women to rather have, you know, emotional sex with fake minotaurs than actually getting into a relationship. But anyone that's actually been in a relationship knows this. And literally anyone that's in a relationship knows this. That the emotional connection between a man and a woman is literally the most exciting part for a woman. All right? And that's just how it is, man. That's just how it is. A man can goon with, if he sees a pair of boobs. Not even a pair of boobs. A curvy stick could get a man to fucking come. All right? I'll be real. It's not trying to be rude here or anything, but, like, literally. A woman needs 4 hours of foreplay. all right? Or, you know, a relationship. Dude, you say to your wife, I love you, and she will get wet. This is an actual life hack. I am giving you a life hack right now. You tell your wife, I love you, she gets wet. That's just reality, okay? I'm not trying to be rude here, but this is life. It comes from an emotional place, much more.
How it is for...
But whatever, they don't actually care.
Yeah.
All options are within your reach. As you demand. All hands on deck. Such is the will of fate.
I might go to bed. All right, good night, everyone. Who this? Oh, I know who this is. Shit, I didn't have my freaking text up. Caro. Did my 3 readings before bed.